I, the anchor for today's program, Dr. Vibha Shetty, welcome you to this unique national seminar on need for study and research on Indian knowledge systems for its contemporary relevance. It was around 410 years ago, in 1610, that Galileo discovered the planet Jupiter. And then others went on to discover its several moons. They also found that Jupiter takes 12 years to complete one revolution around its star, the Sun. In the meantime, in India, the Kumbh Mela has been conducted for millennia, every 12 years, supposedly since the time the Devatas and the demons jointly brought up the Kumbh of immortality after long effort. The Devatas entrusted the pot to Brahaspati. What is the Indian name for Jupiter? Guru or Brahaspati. Why is the Kumbh celebrated once in 12 years? Because it coincides with one complete revolution of Jupiter around the Sun. While the world thinks that Galileo discovered Jupiter, our forefathers in India knew millennia ago about astronomy and the fact that Jupiter takes 12 years to complete one revolution, and had precise mathematical systems of calculating this date. Indian knowledge systems run very deep in multiple aspects of life, and there's not much known about it due to various reasons. And that is what the seminar is going to explore today. We have very eminent guests in the form of Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe, Dr. Shyam Sundar, Professor M.D. Srinivas, amongst others. May I request the Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Kadambi, and the Registrar, Professor Sai Baba, to kindly escort our guests to the dais. May I request our Chief Executive, Shri M.R. Srinivas Murthy, to please take the seat on the dais. We begin with the Ramaya anthem. The Ramaya anthem underlines the mission of the Ramaya group of institutions. Jnanam, Vijnanam, Bhakti Sahitam. Knowledge, skill with the devotion necessary to use both knowledge and skill for the betterment of society, for the betterment of the individual. Despite differences in culture, traditions, religion, and languages, Ramaya University is united under one ethos. Jnanam, Vijnanam, Bhakti Sahitam. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the Ramaya anthem. We light the lamp. To welcome the gathering, I invite our acting Vice Chancellor and Pro-Vice Chancellor Research, Dr. Govind R. Kadambi. Professor Kadambi is a graduate from the University of Mysore with a BE degree in Electronics and Communications Engineering. He pursued his MS and PhD degrees at IIT Madras with specialization in antenna engineering. Between 78 and 94, he was with IIT Kharagpur, IIT Madras, and ADA Bangalore. During 95 and 2006, he was associated with various technology development organizations in Canada and USA. Since 2006, he has been with the Ramaiah School of Advanced Studies and now with Ramaiah University of Applied Sciences. Since the formation of RUAS in 2013, he has been the Pro-Vice Chancellor Research of RUAS. Professor Kadambi has been granted 24 US patents and 17 other international patents from China, Korea, Japan, Germany, and Europe. He has filed 17 Indian patent applications. Professor Kadambi has more than 100 research publications in international journals and conferences. He was the reviewer of IEEE transactions on antennas and propagation and has been the principal investigator and co-principal investigator for a number of sponsored research projects funded by Government of India. Recently, Professor Kadambi was selected as the Fellow of KSTA, Government of Karnataka, for the year 2020-21. Professor Kadambi's international citations include Marquee Who's Who in the World, Who's Who in Science and Engineering, and Who's Who in Asia, International Biographical Center, Cambridge, UK, for achievements in antenna engineering, Great Men and Women in Science, International Biographical Center, Cambridge, UK. May I request you, sir, to give the welcome address, please.
Distinguished Chief Guest of today's seminar, Professor Sastra Budde, respected Sri Krishna Shastri, respected Chief Executive Vocal Education Foundation Medical, Dr. Shyam Sundar, Sri V. Bhatt, Dr. Razdan, distinguished speakers, distinguished senior colleagues, participants, media personnel, dear colleagues and friends. It is my great pleasure and privilege to be part of this national seminar. In this seminar, we will hear more about the knowledge, Indian knowledge system, Indian philosophy, and Indian civilization. It is well known that you are in the forefront of generation and dissemination of knowledge, covering wide spectrum of topics. Indians were considered to be way ahead in their thinking compared to many other contemporary civilizations. We had a knowledge treasure which was abundant and plentiful, forward-looking. Somewhere slipping started, and our descent was with a very steep gradient. The amusing statement, where did the right go wrong, is perhaps applicable to the heritage of Indian knowledge system, since we could not maintain not only the supremacy, but also probably could not remain in contention after some time. However sad it might sound, many of our great philosophers, scientists, and statesmen have addressed it one way or the other. Before the formal welcome address, I would like to briefly capture the sentiments and statements of some of our great leaders about our heritage, philosophy, civilization, as well as sad loss of our elite status in the domain of knowledge. Throughout history, there has been essential linkage between knowledge and the growth of civilization. The relationship between knowledge, its communication, and progress, be economic, political, or social, has been longer everlasting. The formalized education process through schools and colleges is at the heart of civilization. Throughout history, knowledge has been universal. It has no boundaries and borders, thereby defying any notion of clashes between civilization. Civilizations have always been enriched and not weakened by the exchange of knowledge and arts. According to Swami Vivekananda, he was of the opinion that in modern times, he asserted that India's scientific contribution to world civilization. He also argued that India deserves a place of pride in the Committee of Nations. Quoting him, India has given an antiquity the earliest scientific physician, and according to Sir William Hunter, she has even contributed to modern medical science by discovery of various chemicals and by teaching how to reform misshapen ears and noses. Even more, it has done in mathematics for algebra, geometry, astronomy, and the triumph of modern science mixed mathematics were all invented in India, just so much as the 10 numerals, the very cornerstone of all present civilization, were discovered in India and are in reality Sanskrit words. Swami Vivekananda also encountered many examples of Indian cynicism during his travels in India. His response to them was categorical. Nowadays, everybody blames those who constantly look back to their past. It is said that so much looking back to the past is because of India's woes. To me, on the contrary, it seems that the opposite true. So long as they forgot the past, the Hindu nation remained in a state of stupor. And as soon as they have begun to look into their past, there is on every side a fresh manifestation of life. It is out of this past that the future has to be molded, and this past will become the future. He was also of the opinion, more we study the past, the more glorious will be our future. Whoever tries to bring the past to the door of everyone is a great benefit to the nation. The degeneration of India came not because of laws and customs of the ancients were bad, but because they were not allowed to be carried out to their legitimate conclusions. I quote Swami Vivekananda's statement. And our great philosopher and former president, Dr. S. Radhakrishnan, in his book on Foundations of Civilization, Ideas and Ideas, Dr. Radhakrishnan explores the power of ideas and ideas which shape growth and propel human civilization forward. Ideas build civilization. Ideas provide vitality and freedom to propel civilization to greatness. From Plato to Gandhi, Cicero to Lincoln, great ideas have been impressing the minds and conscience of the people, setting afire their imagination, motivating them to rise to new heights, to seek newer means of endeavor, to tread new paths towards greatness and accomplishments. One of his quotes is, "The future of civilization depends upon the return of spiritual awareness to the hearts and minds of men. To this purpose, the contribution of Indian philosophy, with its age-long spiritual emphasis, is inestimable and indispensable." Sir C.V. Raman, the Nobel laureate, in one of his letters to the students, he said, "I would like to tell the young men and women not to lose hope and courage. Success can only come to you by courageous devotion to the task lying in front of you. I can assert without fear of contradiction that the quality of Indian mind is equal to the quality of any Teutonic, Nordic, or Anglo-Saxon mind. What we lack perhaps is courage. What we lack is perhaps driving force, which takes one anywhere. We have developed an inferiority complex. I think what is needed in India is the destruction of this defeated spirit. We need a spirit of victory, a spirit that will carry us to our rightful place under the sun, a spirit that can recognize that we as inheritors of proud civilization are entitled to a right place in this planet. If that indomitable spirit were to arise, nothing could hold us from achieving our rightful destiny. Such is the powerful pride and statement of Sir C.V. Raman about the quality of Indian mind and the civilization that what we inherited. According to Mahatma Gandhi, nobody mistakes Indian civilization for ancient civilization. They remain in spite of it. Attempts have always been made and will be made to remove them. Indian civilization is so liberal that it cannot be considered the least indecent if one wears it. This was a statement in early 1920s by Mahatma Gandhi. And according to Vikram Sarabhai, the father of our Indian space, I believe that modern physics owes much of its remarkable progress through the recognition of the same concept, that is ancient Indian philosophy, and through the discovery of a mathematical framework within which they could be quantitatively formulated. Again, before the initiation of the space program for India, I think the statement by Dr. Vikram Sarabhai will be apt for us. I quote, "There are some who question the relevance of space activities in a developing nation. To us, there is no ambiguity of purpose. We do not have the fantasy of competing with the economically advanced nations in the exploration of the moon or the planets or manned space flight, but we are convinced that if we were to play a meaningful role nationally and in the community of nations, we must be second to none in the application of advanced technology to the real problems of man and society." Through this statement, Dr. Sarabhai made it very clear, India should not be perceived to be in potential race with the developed countries as far as space science and technology is concerned. Our pursuit of advanced technology was for betterment of Indian society. We can take this exemplary statement of Dr. Vikram Sarabhai to address the vital issue of Indian knowledge vis-a-vis modern or Western knowledge philosophy. Again, Dr. Radhakrishnan quoted, "It takes centuries to make a little history. It takes centuries of history to make a tradition. We have a glittering heritage, a glorious tradition about which all of us can be proud of. We have a repository of knowledge, comprehensive, diversified, with multifacets, but all directed to noble cause for welfare of mankind. The radius of its reach is significantly formidable number, and the strength of this associate footprint is still strong and visible. Any scale of discussions and the deliberations to arrive at a new or renewed or additional initiative towards the awareness, propagation, or adoption of Indian knowledge system can at best be considered as embryonic, considering the potential and vastness of mission to be accomplished in an impactful, pragmatic, viable, and sustainable way. We firmly believe that every interested individual and every aspiring institution can be part of this mission. This national seminar is a reflection of our firm commitment, interest, and willingness to be part of any such initiative to contribute to rekindling the interest to know the glorious accomplishments of Indian knowledge system and the glamorous future opportunities it still offers in the contemporary scenario. With these remarks, let me proceed to the formal welcome address. We are proud, privileged, and happy to have Professor Sasra Budhe, the chairman of IKS. We had an internal discussion about 15 or 20 days earlier. We were contemplating that who will be the apt person to give an impetus and a jumpstart to such an initiative in our university. Thanks to Mr. P.V. Bhatt and Dr. Shyam Sundar, and also Mr. Shastri was there. At that time, I think our first option was, can we request Professor Sasra Budhe to be the chief guest? And I can say that through Dr. Shyam Sundar, we made a request, and his affirmative reply was instantaneous. Then we made a formal request. I think even that reply was instantaneous, despite all the busy schedules and commitments. Actually, he has been supporting us, and we are very, very lucky to have his presence here. On behalf of our university and all the participants of this conference, I welcome, and I also profusely thank him for having accepted our invitation. Now may I request Dr. Rajshekhar Swami, the Dean of APT, to welcome Professor Sasra Budhe with a flower pot, please.
They won't fit photographs. Same length.
We're also proud to have Jamu Krishnamurthy amongst us, and he will be participating in the today's program. On behalf of our university and all the participants of this seminar, again I extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Krishna Shastri. May I request Dr. Chetan Singh to welcome with a We're also lucky to have the gracious presence of our Chief Executive Vocal Education Foundation, Michael Sri Srinivas Murthy amongst us. Now, he has been the guiding spirit and a constant source of inspiration for all the activities of our university since taking over as a Chief Executive. And he has accepted our invitation despite many busy schedule. Again, on behalf of our university and all the participants of this function, I welcome our CEF to this seminar. May I request FTS Dean to welcome me there. We also have the presence of Dr. Shamsundar, who has been the guiding spirit and I think the dynamic personality for arranging seminar with the galaxy of distinguished speakers. Again, on behalf of our university, my personal behalf, and on behalf of all the participants, again, it is my great pleasure to welcome Dr. Shamsundar for this seminar and function. The Dean of Faculty of Pharmacy to welcome Dr. Shamsundar with a flower pot, please. We also have the gracious presence of Dr. P.N. Ramzan. He is the advisor to our group in quality and accreditation. Of course, to our university also, he has been the constant supporter of all the initiatives. Again, on behalf of our university and on the participants, I welcome Dr. Ramzan to the seminar. May I request Dr. Jain to welcome Dr. Ramzan. Floor, please. We are also having the greatest presence of Sri V.V. Bhatt. In fact, he has been coordinating with us on various activities, not only this seminar, but other activities. I would say that his motivation and his advice, along with Dr. Shamsundar's participation, have been the principal reason why we are here for this seminar. Again, on behalf of our university and all the participants of this function, and also on my personal behalf, it's my great pleasure to welcome Matthew to welcome Sri V. Bhatt to this seminar. We also have some of the speakers who will be addressing us in online mode. It's my great pleasure to welcome Professor M.D. Srinivas, Center for Policy Studies, Chennai. And on behalf of our university and all the participants, again, I welcome Professor Srinivas for this seminar and the upcoming panel discussion. I also welcome Professor Michael Canino from IIT Gandhinagar, who will be joining the seminar and the panel discussion in online mode. Again, on my personal behalf, on behalf of our university and on behalf of all the participants, it's my great pleasure to welcome Professor Canino to the seminar. We also have the presence of Dr. Anurag Chaudhary from IIT Kharagpur, here exclusively for taking participation in the seminar, again on behalf of our university and all the participants of this function, and my personal behalf again, I welcome Dr. Anurag Chaudhary to this seminar. May I request Dr. M.S. Indra to welcome Dr. Anurag with our participants. I also welcome Mr. Umesh to the seminar, and I request Dr. Sharat to present a flower pot to Mr. Umesh on behalf of our university and participant. Again, I welcome Mr. Umesh to this function. My distinguished colleague, Dr. Sundaresh, is here to be part of this seminar and the panel discussion. on my personal behalf and on behalf of the university and all the participants, can I welcome Dr. Sundaresh to the seminar. May I request Dr. Srivastava, or I request Dr. Jaina to welcome Dr. Sundaresh with a floor for this. We also have the presence of one more distinguished colleague, Professor Anindya Sen, to the seminar. Again, it will be the first official function for him probably of this university. Again, on behalf of our university and my colleagues and my personal behalf, I welcome Professor Anindya Sen to the seminar. I request Dr. Sharath to welcome Professor Anindya Sen to the seminar with a flower partners. It's also a great pleasure for me to welcome all the we also have the presence of Swami Vedatatwani for this seminar. Again, may I request Dr. Jaina to welcome him with a flower pot please on behalf of the university and all the participants. I welcome you. I also welcome all the participants who are participating both through online as well as offline modes to the seminar, and we have received an overwhelming response from the. We also have the presence of our registrar, Professor Sai Baba. He has been one of the supporters of the Indian knowledge system. Definitely, he will be contributing more to the panel discussion and to the seminar. On behalf of our university, my personal behalf, and also on behalf of all the participants, it is my great pleasure to welcome our registrar, Professor Sai Baba, to this seminar. May I request again Dr. Chetan Singhai to welcome with a flower, please.
So we are part of the system, sir. I think. Yes, Chetan.
Thank you so much. I welcome all my colleagues to this inaugural function and the seminar. Let me conclude by quoting a paragraph of a statement by Lord Macaulay addressed in the British Parliament on 2nd February 1835. I quote, "I have travelled across the length and breadth of India, and I have not seen one person who is a beggar, who is a thief, such wealth. I have seen in this country such high moral values, people of such caliber, that I do not think that we would ever conquer this country unless we break the very backbone of this nation, which is her spiritual and cultural heritage, and therefore I propose that we replace her old and ancient education system, her culture, for if the Indians think that all that is foreign and English is good and greater than their own, they will lose their self-esteem, their native culture, and they will become what we want them, a truly dominated nation." In Hindi literature, Keshankar Prasad, the contribution is very, very famous. And he is known for what he calls the Prasadant. Every literary work of his always is a mixture of, I should say, comedy and tragedy. That's why we call it as the Prasadant. The statement by Lord Macaulay in the British Parliament is one such thing where there is so much of respect for the Indian culture, Indian mind, and Indian education system, but still we could not maintain the supremacy, whatever the reason. I think it is a telling statement. I'm sure the initiatives by our university and AICT and the central government definitely will go a long way in re-establishing our credential. And if we can adopt the exemplary statement of Vikram Sarabhai, I think we can go existing with the modern knowledge also. Thank you.
first heavenly for a very detailed welcome. We light a lamp to bow down to knowledge as the greatest form of wealth. Light is hence worshipped as God Himself. May I request the dignitaries on the dais to begin this function and this entire pursuit of our knowledge systems by lighting the lamp. Shubham karoti kalyanam arogyam sampada. I fold my hands before the light that brings prosperity, auspiciousness, health, abundance of wealth, and destruction of the enemy's intellect.
Chamu. ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಇಬ್ಬಿಬ್ರು ಜನ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬನ್ನಿ. So that's what I was saying. The air is that away from it.
ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು. ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ಬುದ್ಧಿ.
We have the honor of having Dr. Shamsundar with us today. Dr. Shamsundar did his Bachelor's of Engineering in Mechanical Engineering from Mysore University in 1981 and an MS and PhD from the Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru in 1988. He is a research fellow at Imperial College London, academic visitor at Drexel University, adjunct faculty at the Wright State University, and scientist at the US Air Force Research Lab. As founder of ProSim, a computer simulation-based R&D company, he has contributed significantly to Indian defense research and development, indigenization programs, including different types of missile launcher and missile system studies, avionic systems, battle tanks, armor systems, fighter aircraft, etc. He has researched collaboratively with many defense research laboratories, developed methodologies for remaining life assessment and extension, and structural integrity assessment. He is a member of the Board of Governors of IIT Dharwad and is an honorary director of S. Vyasa Yoga University. He is the president of the Board of Energy Institute, which comes under the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gases. He founded Yuga Yatri to study research on Indian scientific and technological traditions. Dr. Shamsundar is an active social entrepreneur. He is founder trustee of Samagra Vikas, working on integrated approach to ecology development, Development Foundation, working on India's specific development models. May I invite you, sir, to set the context for today's seminar.
Is there any PowerPoint? Then we'll sit there.
Yes. If you want to see.
You want to see both the PowerPoint. You don't come in the way.
Yeah.
You are coming in the way. In fact, if we can remove the chairs.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that.
I will do that.
It's good.
Yeah. Shri Guru Pyo Namaha Hari Om. Om Namo Sabhabhyaha Sabhapatibhyascha. It's a pleasure for me and honor for me to be in this gathering. I am very excited and by the commitment of right from the Provice Chancellor, the CE, and the people like the Sheriff, all the people in this institution to see the enthusiasm on this particular topic. At the right time, this is taking place. I just remember exactly 1 year back, on the 18th of March last year, we had the meeting in the ministry with the Honorable Minister. It was coincident, exactly after 1 year we are holding the meeting here. So this initiation, the Honorable Minister of HRD called a meeting in which Anil will possibly explain. And that was the way it started. And in spite of Corona, in 1 year, the work has already started. So this is a very good sign. Regarding context, I have been asked to do, but then I was browsing through the university history. I saw this beautiful message from the Chancellor. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here. He has talked of Arnold Toynbee, who had a very high regard for India and Indian culture. He has talked of Macaulay, who had a vested interest in changing the Indian systems of education. It's very well documented. He has mentioned about that. Then he has mentioned about the universities in Nalanda and Takshashila, and he has talked of holistic nature of Indian education and Indian system. So that itself sets the context. Professor Kadambi, I need not do the job. My job is over. You read. So, but anyway, because I am supposed to say something and to kickstart the activities for the benefit of those who have not seen the welcome sheet of Mr. Jairam. Indian allied systems in a variety of fields has evolved right from the Vedic times. It spans all the branches of knowledge. And there were multiple knowledge centers in India across the length and breadth of India, right from Kashmir to south, right from Bengal to east in the Gujarat or Rajasthan, or even Lahore. At the time it was a part of India. And then there is an unbroken tradition of the continuation of this knowledge system till about 17th, 18th century. So there is a continuum of space, geography of this knowledge system. There is a continuum in time, right from the Vedic times till about 17th, 18th century, or even in 17th, 18th century, in spite of the so much of onslaught, both intellectually and physically, this knowledge system continued. And the steep fall and degradation of the Indian knowledge systems started happening due to the British conscious strategy. I want to emphasize this is a conscious strategy of the British. I will show that in the next slides. To change the education system, to change the way of thinking of the Indians. This was basically had two purposes. One was to evangelize, other was to colonize. In a way, both are same, but these were the two primary objectives of the British. And that time it took a very steep fall. And because of these, several generations of Indians are deprived of the knowledge of Indian knowledge systems and its benefits. And this, unfortunately, continued even after the independence. So this is the tragic story of the Indian context. So let me begin with my personal story. I went to high school, like you all did. In the days I was going, when I went to 8th standard, we were introduced to the science. Then these were the typical photographs I was seeing. I was seeing the photograph of Lavoisier, Priestley, Copernicus, Galileo, all these kind of people, no? Next. So we heard about Euclid in the geometry, we heard about Pythagoras, and those who were studying in the arts and economics, they studied about Max Weber or Adam Smith, etc., etc. So this is the universe that was introduced when my intellect was growing, was taking shape. This was the thing that was happening. Explain this. So what is the result? The result is I somehow unconsciously, nobody told explicitly, I thought all intelligent and thinking people came from the West. I'm sure this is the story of many of you. This is what happened to me. And then what happened with this? What happened with this was, I started looking upon, this is my personal story, real story. I started looking upon everything that is Western as great. And on the contrary, the reverse of it, I was started looking down everything that is Indian with contempt. This is the story. This is a planned conspiracy by Macaulay and his team. I will talk about that later. And then what it did was, it built a somehow inherent sense of arrogance and to some extent stupid arrogance, I will say. What does it mean? I will say stupid because it was selective. When my mother told me something, she is alive, even now she is 87 years. When my mother told me something to do, I would ask, can you put this scientifically? Is this scientific? Or whatever she says. Whereas I will never do the same thing with my father, he would beat me up. So that's why this is select stupidity. Okay, next. Please. So then I came to ISE. In ISE, I joined research. Next slide, please. I was supposed to do research on the topic of the heat transfer between a workpiece in forging, which is hot, and the cold, and then a numerical analysis had to be done, and I had to do some numerical evaluation of the heat transfer. I started looking at the literature, then I see all the things in the numerical approximation, Galerkin method, Newton-Raphson method, Taylor series, Thomas algorithm, etc., etc. I mean, many of you are with numerics, you will be knowing these names. And then I started using what is known as Thomas algorithm, which was good for the heat transfer kind of analysis purposes. Then I had to put that in the form of a computer program. Myself and Anil, we were in the days when we used to do punching of the cards to do the programming. So again, when I started looking at the computer program, about learning about computers, etc., these were some of the names I came across. Charles Babbage, Von Neumann, Alan Turing. Turing machine is very famous, the algorithm, many of you will be knowing. Harry Husky, John Backus, etc., etc. So again, the same thing. And in between in the journey, somewhere in 82 or 83, I came across with Sanskrit Sangha in IISc, and that was kind of a turning point for me. And in the Sanskrit Sangha, when I came in contact with Dr. Krishna Shastri, my very good friend, and then I started learning about Aryabhata, Brahmagupta, etc. When I went deep into Aryabhata, that was even recently for writing this book on Indian narrative systems, then I found Aryabhata and Brahmagupta, they were the ones who first formulated these difference equations. Not only they formulated the difference equations, they made techniques how to make these series converge fast. Even now, those who are working in the numerical method or computations, they know the computations have to be accurate and fast. And these guys have worked several 100 years back. This I never knew.
Yes.
The system never told me. So this was a problem. And next, please. Then I learned about Panini, whom many of you may be knowing. He's a great grammarian and linguist and a great philosopher in his Ashtadhyayi. I never knew, nobody told me, although I was writing programs, although I knew the computational aspects, nobody told me that he is the originator of algorithmic method. You go to electronics, communication, IT, wherever you go, you hear the word algorithm. Possibly the algorithm, the concept of algorithm, the theory of algorithm must be owing to him. He should be attributed, which we are not doing. Not only that, he formulated so many concepts which are used even now. His concept is the precursor of what is so-called as BNF form or Backus-Naur form of computing. That is the basis of computing. His ideas are precursor to that. He has used so many ideas that are used in the programming even today. But I am sure even in this audience, many of you are not aware of this, although you are aware of IT or artificial intelligence or data management, etc. And same thing with Pingala. Pingala is the author of this Chanda Shastra, which is used in the music and poetry. But then I never knew. I knew him as a person who created this Chanda Shastra, but I never knew he is the originator of this binary system. Lagu Guru he used, and that's how the binary system evolved. He not only formulated this, but he also formulated methods for converting the binary system to the decimal system and decimal system to the binary system. And he used the combinatorics, perhaps formally developing combinatorics. It is attributed to this particular person, Pingala. So, but we never hear of these things. We never hear of these things. That's a tragedy. So there are a lot of things. And again, this is a This is not Ganduveruda, the symbol of Mysore. Of course it is. But then what I am showing is what is called as Sinachiti, which is a form of Vedic altar to perform yagna. This is one of the form. The beauty is this particular thing is described in the Krishna Yajurveda, Taittiriya Samhita verse is quoted. And the beauty is here, there's a particular arrangement of bricks. You can see on the right hand side table the combination of various types of bricks. The number of bricks was fixed, and then they had to arrange to arrive at this figure. So this is an excellent combination problem. Those who are in computing, you can imagine it. Mathematics, you can imagine. So right from the Vedic days, this is a part of Krishna Yajurveda, you can imagine they had such a wonderful knowledge of geometry, advanced combinations. So this is the kind of thing that we see. This is not just in these mathematics or geometry or astronomy. In all the fields you can find like this. I am showing few glimpses because we have a limited time. So this is not even a subject matter text. This is a very commonly known piece of prose, that is Mahabharata. In Mahabharata, in Shanti Parva, there is beautiful description of what is called as suction theory. In the plants, the water is sucked from the ground and then it goes to the top. So then this thing goes. The beauty is the word padapa. Sorry, the typing in Sanskrit is not very accurate. But then padai pivati padapa. It drinks from the fruit. That is the way. So this is coming in a very layman literature like Mahabharata. Like this, there are at least 8-10 shlokas which deal with various aspects of plant physiology and related issues, apart from the political administration, etc., which Shanti Parva is known for. Even there, and unfortunately, even in school, even now, I think this is studied as Jolly's suction theory, who came in the 1700s, 1760 or something like that. I don't remember the exact date. Even now in the schools, this is studied as Jolly's suction theory. Next, please. So, to summarize, enormous contributions of ancient India to various disciplines of knowledge, including science, technology, which resulted in a lot of innovations, developing products, and then which resulted in trade and commerce. Then we have a lot of work on phonetics, linguistics, psychology, etc. And then the key thing is, it was not just knowledge for knowledge. The British did not come here to learn meditation. The Mughals did not come here to learn meditation and Upanishads. They came because they were attracted by the enormous wealth that India had created. It was not just the knowledge led to the generation of trade, industry, and technologies. So, in simple terms, India was equivalent of the current day USA in ancient times. This is possibly up to even 1700s. Next, please. These are some of the trade routes. This is not Shamsundar telling or somebody in Narendra Modi government telling. These are recorded history. Just from the king of Rome, Augustus, he took control of Egypt, and there was a harbor called Mios Hormuz. And just from that one harbor, about 120 ships were sailing every year to India. You imagine, just from one harbor. So why they were coming? They were not coming just to take pepper. There were a lot of other goods that were traded. Next, please. So it's not just again imagination or this thing. There was such a trade with Rome alone. There are many other countries, but I am taking the example of Rome here just to make a point. In many parts of India, archaeological excavations have been made and Roman coins have been found. This particular thing is from the British Museum, gold coins of Rome excavated in the Pudukkottai, one with the bust of Nero and other with Caligula. Okay. So there was a lot of significant trade and commerce exchange. So because of this, India was very, very rich. So rich. This guy is a Roman intellectual and philosopher. He was very close friend of the kings of Rome also. He has written a kind of an encyclopedia, Naturalis Historia. And in that, many times, at many points, he literally cries. He literally cries and condemns the women of the social right groups in Rome. Says, you are become so much fond of these Indian goods. All the wealth of Rome is going to India. All the gold is going to India. You can see this one paragraph I just took. He said, millions we are sending to India. That is what our luxuries and women cost us. So this is the way he is talking. And like this, there are many narrations in the history. This is in the 1st century AD. Pliny was in the 1st century AD in the Roman Empire. In the 1st century AD, Rome was concerned about their gold coming into India because of the trade. This was the situation. Next, please. So it was not just one port or two ports. This is a survey by the Archaeological Survey of India. There are hundreds of ports in the ancient India. This is an article by somebody in the Archaeological Survey writing about important ports in the ancient Indian context. So these are some of the ports, and some of these ports go as far as back as 3000 to 4000 BC. So next, and this is a picture of the Dwarka, the port in Dwarka. Dwarka was built by Krishna. Krishna moved from Mathura to Dwarka, all that we know. But then Dwarka was a very well-known, active maritime trade center. Not just Dwarka. Near Dwarka, there are many other centers like Lothal, Dhulavira, etc., etc. But then Dwarka remains have been found. Dr. S.R. Rao, who discovered this, is from Bangalore. In fact, he did a lot of studies and he has published a lot of good articles and books. So this was one of the turning point in the archaeological history of India. So this is the Dwarka. Again, this is from the historical and archaeological perspective. This guy, Angus Madison, he was an economist. He was with various universities and he was also with OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. I don't know if he was a consultant or a director of this. At that time, he took a lot of studies. See this graph. This is the contribution of various countries to the global economy right from the 1st century AD. You can see between this is India. If you can see, India dominated. In my view, it should be more. The contribution of India to the trade and commerce was much more. But then, even according to this study, which has been widely circulated and widely applied, India dominated the global trade in the 1st century. In the beginning of this millennium, India dominated. It was almost 33% according to this graph. And next was China. And then you can see the fall. Professor Kadambi was talking of the decline. You can see this decline of Indian thing, and that coincides with the arrival of the Europeans, specifically the British. So this, what happened to India was a very planned conspiracy by predominantly by the British and all other invaders. It's not just British. So, in simple terms, India generated knowledge, India disseminated knowledge, India deployed knowledge by developing tools, technologies, products, etc., because of which trade and commerce flourished. And India created a lot of knowledge centers. I think that comes in the next sensor. But there is a continuity of this knowledge system and knowledge evolution. So we all have heard of Takshashila and Nalanda, but that is only a sample. There were several universities, at least 24 such institutions have been found. There are a lot of other centers of learning which created very vast amount of knowledge and which had very big this thing. That includes Mithila, Vikramshila, Sodpura, Vallavi, Shardapuri, Odantapuri, etc. And this Odantapuri university was as big as Nalanda, whereas we have heard only of Nalanda. Next, please. I think this Professor Kadambi read this. This is the statement of Macaulay in 1835, where he clearly mentioned his objective of the Indian bringing the English education in India. Next, please. I call this as a 4M problem. What we are seeing today, what Professor Kadambi said, and the problem we are seeing in India, this is a 4M problem. There were 4 M's who created the problem for India. One is Macaulay, other was Max Muller, other was Monier Williams, and the other is James Mill. I will show about that. This is what Max Muller said. He said that the last sentence you please read, the way opened for the entrance of simple Christian teaching. This was the clear stated objective of Max Muller. Please next. See here, India has been conquered once, but India must be conquered again, and that second conquest should be a conquest of education. So this is such a clear statement of the objective from these guys. Next, please. And this guy is James Mill, perhaps the most, what should I say, not dangerous, the person who created the most damage for the Indian culture. He wrote a book called The British History of India. And in that, there is one section of the Hindus, which has some 10 chapters. It is so contemptuous, so derogatory, but this became the set. This became the guiding principle for the entire British kingdom. Based on these, the policies were made. And his son was Stuart Mill, who is kind of the founder of modern economics and liberal economics, etc. Next, please. And this is Monier Williams. Monier Williams, when the Bowdoin University chair was being offered at Oxford, this Monier Williams and Max Muller were fighting. There was a competition between them. Like any post you want to hire in the university, there will be some other people. And Monier Williams was chosen because his commitment to evangelization and conversion was taken for granted, whereas Max Muller, they were not sure. And then he also said, second paragraph, after his appointment, he declared that at the outset, the conversion of India to Christian religion should be one of the aims of Orientalist scholarship. And this is what drove the entire scholarship in UK, and not only UK, in the whole of Europe, and not just in Europe, in India also, and in the rest of the world. As a result, there is a lot of Indophobic, Hinduphobic thought that has crept in the whole intellectual atmosphere. These are the four people who are at the pillar, who are the core pillars of this text, please. So, because they were in the power, they were ruling. Because of this, a lot of people came with the alternate counter thought, but that somehow didn't become popular at all. That didn't get the recognition that it was due. For example, like very excellent book on the history of Hindu chemistry by Professor Chandra Ray, P.C. Ray, and then Kautilya got little more this thing because some professors in Germany and UK were interested in that. And recently, the history of science in India by Sen Bose and Subrayappa, which is a very popular book. Next, please. And the history of Hindu mathematics by B.B. Gupta, B.B. Datta, and Vitakshara. I think somebody was talking about administration. This is about Vigyaneshwara's Vitakshara talks of the legal administration procedure, jurisprudence, etc., based on Yagdaval Kesmriti. There are a lot of books like this by Saraswati Amma, the Geometry of Ancient India, etc. Next, please. So these kind of works never came to limelight. They never became prominent, and they never became the point of discourse, the focal point of discourse. And so coming to the context of IKS currently, so this is there are two books by Mr. Dharumpal, who was a great Gandhian leader and a saintly person. I had the fortune of interact with him a couple of times in the ASC. Both Professor Sasrabudhe and myself, we have had an interaction. Professor M.D. Srinivas, who is giving the keynote lecture, he was a very, very closely associated with Mr. Dharumpal, and M.D. Srinivas and his team are bringing out these works of Dharumpal. So Dharumpal, what he did was, he went to the British archives and studied what has been recorded by the British. The British officers, wherever they went, they sent a lot of notes to their home department or to their relatives, wife, sister, etc. And that has been very well preserved. So Dharumpal spent several years on studying these issues, and he has generated several books. I am just showing two of them here. One is the Science and Technology in India in the 18th century, and other is The Beautiful Tree, which talks about the education system that was prevalent in the 18th century when the British came here. Shockingly, when the British came here, they were seeing, whether it is vaccination or agricultural implements, anything, they were seeing the technologies used in India were far superior compared to those that were used in England at that time. This has been documented. This book talks about that. And then similarly, education system, we have a big hue and cry today. Oh, India was elitist, it was only for Brahmins and the upper caste, Shudras were not allowed, women were not allowed. All that is denounced in this book, where even in as close as in Chennai, Changalpet, and several regions, there have been a lot of evidences found where there were several students and teachers who coming from all communities. There was no either gender-based bias or the caste-based bias. So that is beautifully represented in this book, beautiful read. I think all of you must take some time to read about this book and read these books. This is very insightful and very new, fresh thought kind of thing. This next. So I think I'm running out of time. I will try to conclude fast. Indian knowledge system, we have 64 class, which all of us are familiar with. There are 14 Shodasha Vidyasthana, Chaturdasha Vidyasthana, sorry, Veda, Vedanga, Upaveda, etc. Then Puranas, Itihasas. There are a lot of subject matter texts. You take mathematics, you take chemistry, you take Arthashastra, subject matter texts. Then there are a lot of literary works like Mahabharata, Ramayana, or even some of the poetries. There is science, technology, and various systems of knowledge embedded. Then there are a lot of local language texts apart from Sanskrit texts. Then there are millions of manuscripts which are not yet studied. There is one Oriental library in Mysore, which must have, I don't know how many manuscripts are not even touched upon. There are lakhs of such manuscripts all over the country and outside. That's also a source of knowledge of Indian systems. And more importantly, there is a very strong living tradition practice all over India by different communities. All these form the source for Indian knowledge systems. Next, please. So work on Indian knowledge systems. I think this is what is important. This is what the Ramaya University faculty and the administration have to take up. There are several hundreds of private initiatives by individuals and small organizations. Just morning, Mr. Bhatt was telling, all this was nobody cared about getting funding because they were passionate. They started the work, and that's how it had been going, and it is going even now. And now, in the last few years, there are several centers in many IITs, IIMs, and ISRs, etc., that has started Indian work about Indian knowledge systems. And people like Shastra University in Tanjavur, they have created some courses formally. Some of them are sandwiched with the regular programs. I think Chamuji can elaborate on that because he has more close connection with that. In Jain University in Bangalore, for example, they have set up a big R&D center, and they are doing a lot of work. They are coming out with several books. They have published already some books, and they have instituted fellowships for people who are interested in doing PhD and take this up. So what is happening is, what was about 10 years back very informal, very personal, driven by one's own passion, now it is getting into mainstream and it is becoming formal, which is a good thing. And there is also a good recognition from the government. At least, as I told last year, the same month, exactly 1 year back, we had the meeting in MHRD where the minister sat through for nearly about 4 or 5 hours, right? 5 hours he sat through. The minister was personally sitting through that. And right from the, of course, ACT chairman is leading this effort, and the UGC chairman, CSIR head, DST head, all the principal scientific advisor, all the people who matter, they participated in that. So it is becoming more and more in the formal system. That's what I'm trying to say. What was very informal, somebody in a university is interested, okay, it was his personal interest, but now it is becoming more formal. This next. So this is the crux, this is the background. Now, this graph I want to show, this is about how cultures are inherited in the world. We all have heard there were several cultures before the Romans or English went, and they disappeared. It could be Mayan culture, Persian culture, Mesopotamian, Babylonian. We see all the cultures have vanished. Today it is extinct. Many of the African cultures, they don't even know what is that. It is only in India that we have some semblance of our culture still left. So the degenerative inheritance, somebody overtakes, some system overtakes, and you are totally decimated. The Indian culture has not come like that. That is the strength of the culture here. So we have been, what I see personally is, somehow we are having a what I can call as a passive inheritance, which is okay. We are sustainable. We are sustaining. We knew our grandfather was doing something, whatever, even 10%, 15%, whatever we can do, we are trying to do that. So this is passive inheritance. We are in that mode. From this mode, we need to go towards active inheritance. Active inheritance of the culture means we will imbibe the spirit, we will understand, we will digest, and we will further contribute. And that is when the culture grows and flourishes. And this is the kind of effort that is needed today in the Indian knowledge system. The whole world today is looking at some 3-4 core problems. I don't want to get deep into that, but the key problems that the world is facing today, our scientists and knowledge leaders are working today is, one is related to the human health and human psychology. Psychology, psychiatry, applied health, healthcare and welfare system. This is one of the things. The second is, people are concerned about the language, the cognition, how to understand others. So these are related to linguistics, phonetics, natural language processing, etc. The third thing is related to consciousness. People have understood, great scientific leaders all over the world have understood that consciousness plays a role in everything. Right from the way you cook, right from the way you handle your physics, to everything consciousness matters. So these are some of the things which top minds in the world, top researchers in the world are working. And my point is, in all these areas, the Indian knowledge system has already given us a lot of insights. To take Panini, the entire system of language processing, understanding cognition, everything is very neatly done, and similarly in all the fields. So what the world is looking for today, especially all our Upanishads, especially Mandukya and Mundaka, they are nothing but treatises on applied psychiatry. So whatever the world is facing the utmost challenge today, for that there are seemingly good clues in our Indian context. Can we take up this and study and improve ourselves, develop techniques, methodologies, even products, processes, practices, and can we benefit from that as a country, and can we make this benefit available to the whole world? This is the challenge, this is the opportunity for the whole country, and if Ramaya University can take up this challenge, if Ramaya University can initiate few faculty members, few students to take up this kind of student, I think that will be wonderful for us and also for the country. So this is what I thought should set the context. So thank you very much for patiently listening. Namaste.
Thank you, Dr. Shamsundarji. That is a very detailed and sequential explanation of why we are here today and why we need to address this on an urgent basis. It is our pleasure to have the chairman of AICTE to inaugurate the seminar today. Professor Anil Dattatreya Sahasrabuddhe, Professor of Mechanical Engineering at IIT Guwahati, joined All India Council for Technical Education as chairman on 17th July 2015. Professor Sahasrabuddhe graduated from BBT College of Engineering and Technology, Hubli, affiliated to Karnataka University, in mechanical engineering with the first rank and gold medal in 1980. Subsequently, he obtained a master's and doctoral degree with a UGC fellowship from IISc Bangalore in 82 and 89 respectively. Professor Sahasrabuddhe has held several important academic research and administrative positions at IISc Bangalore, Tata Consulting Engineers, Northeastern Regional Institute of Science and Technology, Itanagar, and IIT Guwahati. He also served as Director, College of Engineering, Pune since 2006 on deputation from IIT prior to joining as AICTE Chairman. As an academician and researcher in NERIST and IIT Guwahati, and as an administrator in the capacity of Director COEP, he has taken up several new initiatives for academic, curricular, and co-curricular activities, entrepreneurship, research, and good governance. He is Chairman, Basic Scientific Research, Empowered Committee of UGC, and Swayam Board. He is Fellow of the ISTE, IET, and the Institution of Engineers. He has been bestowed with several awards, which include the Maha Entrepreneur Award 2011 of Praj Industries, Jeevan Gaurav
I think it should be good enough.
MIT World Peace University, and the Mahatma Gandhi Leadership Award from Indian Achievers Forum and CSR Times. So, like you said, that's a very extensive introduction.
Not
Well
done so
deserved, yeah,
Not deserved. Namaskar, Pranam. It's a very good beginning today. All the dignitaries were here, starting from Dr. Srinivas Murthy, then the Vice Chancellor, presently holding this job, Dr. Kadambi. We have Sai Baba Registrar, my friend Sham Sundar, and we have also experts who are going to speak later in the day, starting from Jammu Krishna Shastri, Professor M.D. Srinivas, who is also visible here on the platform, Michelle Danino from IIT Gandhinagar, Steve V. Bhatt, Anuradha Chaudhary all the way from Kharagpur. I think this is a good conglomeration, a very good initiative undertaken by Ramaiah University of Sciences. It's very important. It's a research university which is trying to now think about what our Indian ancient traditional knowledge system stood there and how do we take it forward. And both Professor Kadambi and Professor Sham Sundar, I'm calling him professor because the way he explained, he is better than any of the professors in our institutions. An excellent PowerPoint presentation, giving insight into from the ancient past to his own personal experiences, and that are the same with me as well. All of us, we had never gone through either the education which was giving us inspiration about our own ancient traditional knowledge systems on one hand, and also not availability of learning Sanskrit itself up to our high school, school, and all those places. Some schools had, some schools did not. And with that, and after the independence also, for 70 years, we have been struggling. And every time, once in a while, we have a meeting, we decide that we need to reinvent ourselves. And then that meeting concludes, and next meeting will be held about 4 or 5 years down the line. But fortunately, this time, as Sham Sundar rightly said, it was 18th March 2020. And go back 5 days, there was a parliament session on, and there was a question answer session in the parliament. You have a question hour, and many times we go there for helping the honorable minister. And I was there, and the local MP from Bangalore, Tejasvi Surya, was there, and he wanted to meet me for some purpose in AIC. And question hour got cancelled. Then I telephoned him and said, I am already in Parliament House. Why do you require to come all the way? If you want, you are welcome, but otherwise we can meet here as well. And in the chamber of the minister, we sat there. We were discussing various issues, including this one. And Minister barged in. He was not there that time. Then we all discussed the same issue. Then he said, in 5 days' time, we will hold a meeting. And this was absolutely at such a short notice, more than 100 people, 50 people physically attended the meeting in the ministry, remaining about 50, 60 odd people from different IITs, IIMs, IISc, and many universities, Sanskrit universities. Someone physically, someone on online mode. Still, pandemic had not broke out in the way it is, and the lockdowns had not started. I'm talking about 18th of March. It all started later on 22nd, 23rd March, one day, then more days, and so on and so forth. So that was the time when this whole issue was discussed threadbare, and a write-up was created, and then submitted to the ministry, and ministry immediately agreed that we should have a division called Indian Knowledge Systems, Bharatiya Jnana Parampara. Bharatiya Jnana Parampara division is already established. It is more than 6-7 months ago. And then in the last 4 months, we have also recruited chief coordinator, research fellows, coordinator. They're all supported from the AICT headquarters in Delhi, but it is a division of that of the Ministry of Education. Started with MHRD, but now it is Ministry of Education's initiative. So there are various things which Dr. Sham Sundar has pointed out. I think we must get into each one of them threadbare in order to understand where did we miss the bus. And one of the things very predominantly which comes to notice is it was the 17th, 18th century intersection where we started slipping. And although we say that the Mughals did come here from the 11th century onwards, many temples were destroyed, so many things happened. But despite that, we had continued. And if you look at the education domain, Takshila from the 6th century BC till Nalanda was destroyed in the 12th century AD. So 6th century BC to 12th century AD. In terms of education, these 18th centuries, India ruled the whole world in terms of education. Today we all talk about global top universities, and our ranking does not come in the top 100, 200 and 11. Once in a while IISc makes its head, once in a while IIT Bombay or Delhi comes, and then we feel happy, and then we say that we have a long way to go. But up to 1200 AD, for 18 centuries, there was no competition to us. Everyone used to come here to study, not only the ancient various arts, craft, music, dance, drama, all of that, but also philosophy, political science, psychology, on the other side too, including science and technology. So I think we ruled it. Shamsundar has very beautifully depicted different theories in mathematics, in astronomy that we had found out. Although we see the pictures of Galileo, telescope and all that, without telescope, did they all did it? Or there were some instruments by using that they did? We even don't know that. But we all know, like you said in the beginning, that Guru rotates around the sun in 12 years, and that's why we have a system of tradition. And many of these traditions, many of the religious beliefs, they're all part of the science, but unfortunately, because they are looked upon as some kind of tradition or only religion, people tend to look down upon. And that's what we also did in our childhood. When our father, mother or someone tells us some stories, you have to do this, that, we used to question. Question is not bad, but the answers were not available to us. The whole trouble was we were not told exactly why something is done, why tulsi is used, why haldi is used in our cooking, why turmeric, is so powerful. Some of them wanted to patent it. We have stopped that. Anyway, the basic essence is there was used repository of knowledge. It was knowledge creation, knowledge accumulation, knowledge dissemination. All of that was happening, and it was vibrant. Nothing was stagnant. There were many, many things, like in today's world also, after Newton invented Newtonian mechanics, we have Einsteinian mechanics, and therefore there is a change which continuously is happening even in the modern science. And therefore, in our system also, the basic essence of questioning something, and then discussion, debates, and then coming to conclusion, over a period of time, further transformation. All of that was there, and it is recorded beautifully in different texts, some of that in the oral form, some of that in the written form. But because we were never told about that, we always felt that everything came from the West, and that is the tragedy. And that tragedy, unfortunately, should have stopped in 1947, August 15, when we got independence, and from that day onwards, should have got new textbooks for both school education, high school education, college education. And forget about missing the bus in the 17th century of not having the track of the ancient knowledge system. Even in the 21st century, we are struggling today, and we have to have had this Indian knowledge system to be created in the ministry, and then all of this in terms of seminars, in terms of writing of books, those activities have started. So with this background, and so powerfully, Shamsundar has shown the entire thing that that slide has gone out, but we went down. No, we at least remained static, and that's why this is the only civilization which is shown world over as the one continuous civilization. All other civilizations, Maya, all of them have completely been destroyed, and there is nothing left out of it. But at least fortunately, Bharat, India, Hindustan has got this tradition of somehow some continuity, maybe because of religion, maybe because of traditions. But now we have to reinvent them, put them in perspective, and only then we can make our new next generation proud of our heritage and then move forward. That is the urgent clarion call that is required today to be taken by all of us. Now, the ministry has started this division. I would like to deal with a few of those things before I conclude, because I have come here for inauguration. There are experts. I have very limited knowledge about all of this. We all started understanding, trying to read some of those only in the later part, after crossing 50, unfortunately. So this was not at all available to us, but at least my next generation should not suffer. That is the spirit with which we are trying to take this forward. So the division having started, there are various activities which are required to be done. Number one, There are people who have been working in traditional Indian knowledge systems, be it on art, craft, music, dance, drama, etc. Maybe philosophy, maybe the language itself, the grammar, Panini's grammar, or any one of those ancient fields in 64 kalas, which we said, Vedas, Upavedas. People have been working. But unfortunately, they are all working in isolation with their own interest. As Shamsundar said, there was no support, there was nothing. They had some passion, they had some heritage in their family. Someone was earlier studying that, some literature was available, they continue. But today is a time when we can unite all of these people and then bring out complete knowledge about our ancient knowledge system in a manner that not only we, our younger generation, is trained, taught, made proud of that, but also spread to the world that it was India which has produced all of this, and we should be proud of that, and we should inform the world. I was seeing those slides from Shamsundar's slide, that whether it is in physics or chemistry, all those people who were depicted. I was just getting an idea while sitting there that can we have some kind of augmented reality, virtual reality, and all our ancient scientists who did that, their picture will come, and as we come to 16th, 17th century, gradually that fades away and these pictures come, and again 21st century, and again we reinvent and put them back in the right place where they belong. I think can we do that is a brilliant idea, and that will really invigorate. We are not demeaning some of the work that is being done by the modern science in the Western world. Some of the further activities which have been done, we must acknowledge that. It's not that we only belittle, but they should also not belittle us. It all started from us, and they should acknowledge that it was all started in India, and now we have taken over some of that. Something is happening there, something will happen here. And we always said that knowledge should flow from everywhere, and everyone should get the access to the knowledge. Today's whole world of education is all bound by patents and culture of that, where knowledge is always tried to be restricted in some sense or other. So whereas in our system, we always said that knowledge is to be given to everyone. Vidya Danam, we never said that I want to earn out of that something. It is always to be given free. So from there to the journals, where we all have to certainly pay sometimes a subscription on one side, and today in many journals we have to pay money to publish also. This is where we have gone to. I think we need to also reinvent. Can we start a journal which is of international standard, not only ancient but present one, where anyone can publish paper free of cost, and we will give it also free of cost to the whole world. I think that is the spirit of our system of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam on one side and Sarve Janaha Sukhino Bhavantu on the other. So if you are able to do that, then we would be doing a great deal of that. But as I said, all our people who have been working in this field, they are all isolated in different places. Someone in some IIT, somewhere in some university, someone in a small village also is working. Someone traditional knowledge is being transmitted in an oral manner in terms of shlokas, in terms of stories. Can we collate all of that? Is the significant thing. So through this division, which is started in AICT now, we have a portal which is called Indian Knowledge System Portal, www.IKS.org. You can Google, find out, and all those who are interested, first they should get at least enlisted. That someone who has done work or someone has not done but is interested in doing something. Both are required for us. We want evangelists who will not probably have done any work, but today they are ready to do it. They want to learn, they want to in the future start doing something on that. We need both types of people. Only then you will have multiple people. That meeting of 18th March, we had about 100. In a week's time, it expanded to about 200, 300. Thanks to Jammu Krishna Shastriji in the last 1 month or 2 months, slowly the numbers are growing to 800, 900. But this number, it has crossed 1,000, 1,500. I think this number is also peanuts actually for a country of the size of 1.35 billion, and with at least so many families in different places who are all at least aware of all of this in the form of tradition. And they all want to know, why is it done in a manner? So can we not enlist all of them and make them evangelists is number one. Therefore, getting the data, all of you who know another 10 people, please list their names. We will send emails to them and we'll get information about them. Someone would have done some credible work. We will get that work also in board. And then without going through a solid review process, which is done in the peer-reviewed journals. We will not publish it even in our portal. Whatever someone claims, it will go through a solid peer review process of the same nature as that of the modern science. No plagiarism, no something which is hypothetically just said, but of something which has concrete evidence, reference, and vetted meaning of that Sanskrit shloka properly understood and then placed in perspective. After doing that, we will start publishing that literature so that we will come to know after. The second aspect, which is even more significant than this, is of writing of our textbooks from our school times. Number one, Shyam Sundar and me, we all studied, everything came from the West. From that India has done something has to be also credibly informed to our younger generation, whether it is books of history, books of science. It need not be an independent one. At every subject, whenever we talk about a particular topic, was there a relevance of that in the ancient knowledge system? Bring it out. Then you show historically how it has progressed also for the student. Then only it is in complete form and perspective will be clear for our students. So that is one is of that of writing of books for our textbooks at the lowest level. Two, the book which AICT has already said that Professor Mahadevan of IIM Bangalore is already writing one of the books on Indian traditional knowledge systems, which is so important because 3 years ago, 2017 middle, now it is 2021 March. So we had a model curriculum for all engineering courses announced. In this, according to the Supreme Court guidelines, there are certain mandatory things like Constitution of India and environment science. But we added one more to that mandatory course, that is Indian traditional knowledge system. But we found that there is no one single book which can cover all of this. If there are some granthas, if there are some Vedas, and if you give 100 references, and since our teachers in the colleges themselves are not trained in any one of them, they would not be able to deal with this. And therefore, a standard textbook was necessary. And Professor Mahadevan is about to complete the task in 1 year's time. And very soon it will be launched. And I'm sure all of us will get some basic insight with lots of references. Then for further investigation, we have sky is the limit. People can go to maybe Bhandarkar Library in Pune or in some library in Mysore or some of these libraries which are there in some other universities. One can go and start expanding the knowledge. Second thing is, can we scan and put everything possibly available, even some of those things which are available in the oral tradition in the form of available source of knowledge into our portal is the third activity which is likely to happen and which has to be also taken care of by many of the people who are interested. There can be large number of students in your institutions. If you float this course, which is mandatory, it is not credit course right now. Maybe sometime later we will make it a credit course. If you make it a credit course in the beginning, there will be reaction. So we have step by step moving ahead, making not mandatory, but making available learning of Sanskrit even in engineering college as an elective. You float such small ideas, and I have found that in places wherever such things are done, and our 3-week student induction program, where we talk about all of this, the ancient traditional knowledge system, as well as connecting students who have come afresh, and almost the atmosphere of that of a Gurukula. Every 20 students and one teacher are engaged with each other. With that, we have found that there is a massive outburst of interest that is created amongst the younger generation. We always felt that younger generation is always useless, they don't do this, but I think they are probably more proactive. They are not as spoiled as that we were probably, and therefore they have got interest in that. And Shyam Sundar himself told, whether it is an RV college or somewhere, the students immediately said that we want to do something more on that. So if entrant to an engineering college or in an architecture college, in an arts college, in a commerce, the first couple of weeks, if you give small tablet of this is like a vaccine for them. So it will grow further and probably in a matter of a few years, all of them will start not only learning this subject, but some of them will take up this as a research project. And as I said, new national education policy talks about several things. Amongst them, 2 important facets are innovation and research. There is a lot of emphasis given. And in research, the current type of funding from UGC, AICT, DST, DBT may continue, but a massive fund is going to be available through National Research Foundation. And under National Research Foundation, one of the elements is officially put as Indian Knowledge System. So far, I've got examples only a couple of years ago, some of the people from AIMS, doctors, having formal MBBS, MD, PhD degree, wanted to learn Ayurveda and test some of the things which are common to both. And when a project was written to DST of some of these agencies, and in that, if there are words like, I don't want to mention, but in such cases, the projects were rejected outright as though they were unscientific. I think this is the tragedy. From there, having Indian knowledge system being recognized as one of the sources for doing research, I think it's a big leap jump forward. And with that, in a year's time, when everything is falling in place, this year itself, Madam Nirmala Sitharaman in her budget speech has identified that 10,000 crore for this year, and in the next 5 years, 50,000 crore rupees are identified for giving research funding for overall, but there is a cake which will be there for IKS as well. So we need to start asking our young faculty and even the senior faculty, those who are interested in this, they should start identifying those areas where there is a validation required. There are some where it is already validated, there is no problem. But there may be some shlokas where some of the chemistry, some of the physics which is talked about there may not be accepted as it is unless you conduct experiments which may require use of some of the modern scientific equipment. You have to do many research or you may have to do computation in order to prove that. So for such purposes, if some faculty along with some students want to conduct research, there is funding available. Till such time, through the Indian Knowledge System division created in AICT by the Ministry of Education, small time funding, whatever capacity AICT has, we are already open to that and we are funding already for writing books. So we can also write proposals and we will be able to get some funding for that as well. So this is another area which we can go on. And then whatever we have started collecting, dissemination of that is also important. Therefore, a seminar of this nature, which Ramaiah Institute of Sciences has taken up now, or there may be workshops where we need to train our teachers as well. We have a course of Indian Knowledge System, a textbook is available, but still, how do you teach that? Teaching normal courses and this course may be slightly different, and therefore, some of those experts can have a session where faculty can be trained. Today it can be online and subsequently it can be in a face-to-face mode as well. I think these are the activities if you start doing it. And then a lot of research starts happening. What is required is we should not be only basking in the past glory, but how that knowledge is relevant to today itself, today also, and then in the future. I think that is the connect. Past with the present to the future. And during this Corona crisis, not just Indians, but many persons of the whole world, including global outside and so on and so forth, people were joking about it and shoes being kept, chappals being kept outside. Why are you keeping them outside? We can walk around everywhere. We never felt that even in some houses when we go, they say, no, it is allowed in our house. We said, no, I'm not used to it. I don't want to spoil my practice. So we keep the shoes also outside. I think these are simple practices, traditions, which have got strong basis of science, technology, but we never told them in the manner that they have to be told. So I think this is the time. This is the golden time. Just 1 year after the first meeting was held, Ramaiah Institute has given us this opportunity. Already IIT Kharagpur has set up a center of a similar nature. IIT Delhi is in the formation. Similarly, other IITs are following suit. The many Sanskrit universities, many central universities, Shastra University, many of them have taken up now this task. Now our job from AICT Ministry is to connect this thing. So as soon as you connect, in the modern world, we say that research cannot be in one single domain. It is multidisciplinary, cross-disciplinary. This is also the same. So this research also has to be multidisciplinary. Therefore, marriage of Sanskrit universities and the other engineering, technology, science universities is important, including arts and philosophical universities. They should also come together. See, one is this cross-discipline. Second is collaboration. Today also we say that only by collaboration we can do research. Otherwise, single person sitting in his own lab cannot publish a paper today. So similarly, how can we collaborate? Whether it is Ramaiah to Sastra to IIT Kharagpur to IIT Bombay, I think we need to have a lot of coordination, a lot of cooperation, and that linkage, possibly by sitting in Delhi and having that regulatory as well as facilitator power and the wherewithal that we have, whatever we can do, I will certainly continue to do. Our minister is so passionate. Very rarely does a minister takes a review of that. You know, if something is announced, and they normally forget. So he has taken twice review. There is a very high-level mission committee constituted, headed by none other than the principal scientific advisor to the government of India, Dr. Vijay Raghavan, and Jammuji is there, and many others are there. So they're all brilliant people who have done extremely good work. With their advice, with their counseling, with their mentoring, I'm sure we will all be in a position to really take forward. And Shamsundar's last line, instead of remaining flat, let us rise and rise and rise. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Your guidelines for the future direction of Indian knowledge systems was completely reflective of the Indian way, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Thank you very much. It was Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi who had said, "A man is but the product of his thoughts. What he thinks, he becomes." Our chief executive, Shri M.R. Srinivas Murthy, is a person who is constantly thinking innovatively, leading and inspiring people to move ahead. Retired from the Indian Administrative Service, he was the chairman of the 6th State Pay Commission of India and has served in the power sector as the chairman of the Karnataka Electricity Regulatory Commission from March 2010 to 15. He has held various important positions in the government of Karnataka and central government, including Additional Chief Secretary, Finance Department, and Principal Secretary, Rural Department in the government of Karnataka, Commissioner of the Bangalore City Corporation, Principal Secretary of the Election Commission of India, and Controller, ISRO Satellite Center, Department of Space, Government of India. Shri Murthy has a master's in political science, economics, and rural development, with specifics to planning. May I request you, sir, to please give a presidential address.
Our chief guest of the day, Dr. Sahasrabudhe. The experts who have come here, Dr. S. Shamsundar, Dr. Chamu Krishna Shastri, Professor M.D. Srinivas, who is joining us online. My dear colleague and friend, Shri V.V. Bhatt, Dr. Anuradha Chaudhary, Swamiji Vedatatvananda, and all the other distinguished people who have come here. When Dr. Kadambi mentioned to me that we are going to have a seminar on knowledge systems, I had never imagined that he would be able to put together such a galaxy of eminent speakers to participate in this national seminar. Indeed, I am utterly unqualified to participate in this and address this eminent gathering. However, it's a privilege conferred upon me by the Chancellor, who couldn't be present here today because of some, slight inconvenience. In fact, I consider myself lucky that I'm able to, listen to such learned addresses this morning and say a few words on this occasion. Our Chancellor has always had keen interest in the Indian knowledge systems. As I was mentioning to our guests, we have a Center of Indology within our campus, and our Chancellor personally participates almost on a monthly basis
in huge gatherings which are there to discuss Atma Bodha, self-knowledge, along with very eminent spiritual personalities every month. Apart from his weekly, attachment with the spiritual center in Kaivara in Kolar district, Chikbalapur district. Sorry. So we are committed to this, as the anchor of the day was mentioning to us. Our motto itself is Gnanam Vijnanam Cha Bhakti Sahitam. So we approach knowledge with a certain degree of devotion, which is highly characteristic of Indian approach to knowledge. So it is very, very heartening that a concerted effort is being made at the highest level in the country, headed by Dr. Sastra Buddhe, to revive interest in integrating Indian knowledge systems into our professional and general education at the highest level. That has been an unfortunate gap in our higher education all these years. Those who wanted to pursue Indian philosophy went in a separate stream. They had nothing to do with engineering, they had nothing to do with medicine. And working as amidst doctors like Professor Dr. Sundaresh, all the eminent doctors that we have on our campus, we have nearly 600 of them working on our campus. I sometimes wonder, why is it that we did not make Indian thought, Indian culture, a part of our medical education curriculum? When I see our engineers doing various things, completely adopting only Western approaches to engineering, I sometimes wonder, where did we forget our Indian approach to architecture, Indian approach to engineering? If you go and see the temples in Far East, Angkor Wat, where did they pick up all this knowledge from? You don't see a temple like Angkor Wat very rarely in India, particularly unless you ignore just a few of the Chidambaram temple or the Tanjore temple, in South India. We don't come across grand temples like that anywhere here. So it's possible that, in history, some people came and they were not particularly appreciative of our traditional system of knowledge. So they wanted to impose their own system of knowledge. We were willing to allow that. That's the biggest tragedy. So we need to become strong. Well, we had developed great knowledge, but how much did we spread it? That's the big question. If we had spread it enough, probably we would have lost it. One Macaulay or one Monier Williams couldn't have destroyed this. They couldn't destroy our religion because every common man knew about our religion and he lived our religion. But they destroyed our other forms of knowledge or suppressed it, even if they couldn't destroy it, because we held it very close to ourselves. A medieval historian from outside, Al-Biruni, writes, these Indians have such great knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, everything. But one problem with them is they're not willing to, anybody, if they say, we have something else somewhere, so no, we don't believe it. This is what he writes. Did we have that closed mind? Was that the reason for our decay? We're not the only ones who lost knowledge and trying to regain that. Greeks and Romans had forgotten their science and their knowledge and their philosophy for several centuries till it was revived during the Renaissance. Swami Vivekananda tried to bring about a Renaissance for us. Ram Mohan Rai tried to bring about a Renaissance for us. Ramakrishna's mission is even now trying to do this. So probably this has to be picked up by universities. And I'm so happy that the AICTE and the Education Ministry they are now seriously considering integrating Indian traditional systems of knowledge into this. And many years ago, I used to request our colleagues, why don't you make Sanskrit compulsory in our school education? By all means, have English compulsory. Now, Karnataka government have made English compulsory. By all means, do that. Make Kannada compulsory. Kannada is absolutely necessary. But have Sanskrit also as a compulsory, because that's the key to our traditional knowledge. If you don't have that, you are shut out from that. And if you go for only English translations, you are obliged to adopt only Western prism to study our knowledge. So that is how it is necessary for us to kind of give some elementary knowledge of Sanskrit at the school level, and then continue it right up to the level of college education, so that we don't shut our future generations from the traditional knowledge. V.V. Bhatt and I have been discussing ever since we met at the National Academy of Administration. I remember once in Varanasi, I think, I was trying to read Bhagavad Gita. He was trying to show me one shloka and said, can you read this fast? I had not been trained in Sanskrit earlier. I was struggling to learn that. He challenged me. Today I can read any shloka of Bhagavad Gita, because there was some Indian interest. Every Indian has that interest to acquire something of our past. But we should show the way. So I'm so happy that we are now focusing on reviving not only reviving, but accessing what we already had. And as Dr. Sahasrabudhe said, not merely accessing, but assessing the contemporary relevance of what we had and developing it further. It's such a nice thing that we had such an eminent intellectual who has come here to participate in this and share his ideas about how to go about developing our knowledge systems. It's also very, very apt that we are having this seminar so close to the site of ISRO, which developed Bhaskara and Aryabhatta satellites right here in Pinian. I think within about half a kilometer or 1 kilometer. And at least, from that point of view, it is very, very important that we remember the great scientists and mathematicians and astronomers that we had in the past and link them to what we are doing today. I'm grateful to the university for giving me this opportunity. Grateful to all the distinguished panelists who will be discussing this very important topic today. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. You're absolutely on target when you say that we definitely need to introspect on why we lost track of these Indian knowledge systems and bring it right back on track. Thank you once again. Professor Ansai Baba is an outstanding scientist and formerly director of the Resources Management Group, Indira Gandhi Center for Atomic Research, Kalpakam, and senior professor, Homi Bhabha National Institute, was the Dean of Student Affairs and Coordination Dean of HPNI at IGCAR. Prior to joining Ramaiah University of Applied Sciences, Professor Sai Baba was holding the position of T.V. Ramanpai Chair Professor at the National Institute of Advanced Studies, Bengaluru, and working in the domains of science communication and risk communication, human reliability program, and understanding ancient Indian knowledge systems for applying them for the holistic development of youth. What more appropriate person than to give the vote of thanks? And as usual, humility, he won't let me read the rest of his.
Thank you, Vibha, for introducing me, especially the last sentence where it gives the context of my interest on this topic. Well, I think though I have to formally propose a vote of thanks, but I thought I'd take this opportunity, take a few thoughts of the context of this meeting. Just see the title. One is the study of research on Indian knowledge systems. Up to this is wonderful. But then we're adding its contemporary relevance. That means as if it is lost and we need to reinvent that part of it. And then need for study on that. Probably the title tells everything about where do we stand as far as the Indian knowledge systems are concerned. I think very impressive context for the Dr. Shyam. I was reminded of the Viruddham, very nicely sung by Ranjani Gayatri. Those of you who are Carnatic music listeners would recall. It says, Katra Kalviyum, Vitra Padaviyum, and Eetiya Dhanam. What it says is that whatever knowledge you gain, and whatever power, whatever positions you acquire, and also whatever money you acquire. And it goes on like that and says, at the end of it, you realize that there is more to life. And then at that time, you submit yourself to God. Some people do it before, and some people do it at a later stage, but everyone has to do it. I want to say, take comparison, say that this is what is the strength of our Indian knowledge systems. Probably, I think Shamsundar really brought the context of how we are brainwashed to think that everything great is done Western. And that's why every one of us want to go to Western countries to study. That's a pity. And he said it's a very planned brainwashing of the younger generation who are now of our generation. I would say that we've been brought up like that. And we have to reinvent it and tell to the people that yes, we are there. But I think the most important, I think our Shastra-Pati is telling, it is not important to really recall and say that our ancestors were great and we did a lot of this thinking. Don't try to only praise what our ancestors did and then try to enjoy and try to say that our ancestors were great. I think our ancestors were great. Let us acknowledge that and do it in a scientific way. But the pity our society faces is that COVID has actually brought out that pity part. While the world is struggling to get some medicine to COVID, our traditional medicines and things are said, maybe this would help you. And then the so-called intellectual will say, please prove it. No, please prove it that this will prove. And I'm sure that a lot of people in our society, they said, to help with your proving, I will use it. And they've been using it. And they've been using it and they've been getting it. I think this is the contradiction we need to address. Let us not measure everything by the parameters set by the Western world. I think this is something which we have to say. And since I've been working in the domain of science communication, I always say, most important thing is how do you communicate these Indian knowledge systems to the youth. If you call the young, and Shastra-Pati was very nicely leaving your chapel outside, washing, paying respects to elders, all very traditional things. But if you start telling the people in a way, because it's tradition, you have to do it, they will rebel. This is where I think mode of communicating, mode of reaching out to youth is very, very important. And that is what is the role we have to play. In addition to recalling what our ancestors did. But I'll give another context and go to my former times. I think the other thing which is important is that today we are talking in terms of holistic health, holistic way of treating people. There is an individual to individual variation which is to be taken into consideration, and that's what our ancestors said. By looking at the Nadi, they will tell you how is your health system is there. We are reinventing it. Okay. So I think these are the things we need to look at it. But the most thing which is I'm very much worried is about how our youth is being guided. I'm coining the word called aspirational gaps. We create aspirations in the society, and then if you're not able to meet those aspirations, how do we address these aspirational gaps? And you can see the number of suicides are so many in our country, and I wanted to address some of these things by going back to our ancient Indian knowledge systems and see, can we bring them back so that we equip our youth to tackle the challenges. And that is where my interest is there. I'm sure that many of you people also would support this, that let us work towards bringing that aspect of Indian knowledge system that would help our youth to realize themselves. That's why I said the Katra Kalviyum, Vetra Padaviyum. This is contextually that is important. I mean, I'm very happy that we have assembled here at a very short notice. That Professor Kadambi organized it at a very short notice of a very relevant meeting. Very eminent people are here. Shamsundar gave the context very aptly. I think it's something which is required to write a paper probably. You should write a paper and publish in Current Science or somewhere to say that this is what we are aiming at. It will be there. And then, of course, Rashtrapati said, let us make it a formal way of learning Indian knowledge system. I think he has created a section or a division in the ICT. I think we need to connect to the people. I'm happy that he touched about that, about the government's initiative to take these studies in a formal way. That itself shows how hypocritic we are. I think we have been arrogant to say that only the Western system has to do that. I think I'm very happy that the government is realizing it and giving platforms to do these studies in a formal way. Because any study requires money, otherwise it goes by the individual passion. And of course, Chancellor's blessing, Chancellor's support on such context is always there. Mr. Srinivas Murthy said he's not qualified, but he gave very profound statements about what can be done with this system. If only he can become more knowledgeable, then you have more difficulty for our university people to take up this. I think so. Thank you very much for that. Of course, Professor Kadambi is a very, he starts in a very nice way. Probably one thing I noticed is probably there's one occasion where Professor Kadambi has not quoted Abdul Kalam. Very typically he prepares, he gives his context, and I think so. Thank you for that. And of course, Dr. Vibha conducted so nicely. Thank you, Vibha. And also the team, Dr. Sarat, I think Shreyanka also is part of this, Shreyank, Sarat, and this team. I think it's very nicely organized, all of you, but being here, and also very eminent. I think Mr. Bhatt told me, Sai Baba, and the Bhatt said, I gave him a report, and he said that report what made this meeting, and I'm happy that meeting, and so we're also working on an edited volume, which I'll share with you on that topic. I also shared with Professor. I think the context is set. Let us not be apologetic when we talk about Indian knowledge systems. I think we are saying that this is a branch of science the world should know, and that is why we are working on it. And this meetings like this will give the context of it. And then there are several people who are going to participate in this meeting. I thank all of them, and some of them present in person, I think, and some of them person on the virtual platform. I think COVID made so many things which have been never thought would happens now. But it's good because you can get connected to a large number of people. And we are happy. Thank all of the experts who are going to participate in this meeting. I'm not going to read the names. And also several of the people from our foundation, from the university who are here, just to indicate or just to say that they support this activity. And we need all these support to take this forward. So it's my pleasure that I'm associated with this. And as Professor Kadambi said, yes, I will continue to be associated with this activity in terms of doing research, and I look forward to having this opportunity. Now I have a present duty. I think may I now request Mr. Srinivas Murthy to present a memento as a token of our love, affection, and for sparing his time and being here and encouraging us, Dr. Anil Sastry. Sir.
Actually, I've been advocating not to give mementos.
Sir, I think you've come for the university for the first time. Please, next time when you're here,
I have an alternate model that also I want to tell.
Yeah.
Instead of this, you plant a sapling in the name of the guest in your campus.
Yeah.
And give a A4 size ordinary paper certificate with your logo, etc. At the bottom, QR code. And if you scan that QR code, the actual picture of the plant is seen. And every 6 months, you have to change the DP of that. So you will know whether you are really taking care of the plant and taking care of the environment.
addition, we'll do that.
In addition, and in addition and in the future. Oh.
There's a book on our group. This one.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the suggestion.
Please.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Professor Sai Baba, for that warm vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, we take a small tea break at this point and reassemble here for the keynote address by Professor N. V. Srinivas, Center for Policy Studies, back here in this auditorium. Thank you very much. In 10 minutes, we are reassembled in 10 minutes. Thank you very much. And Shubhadina.
Where is he?
I was there in the Banaras communication center. 79 and 81. I started my career there as a research assistant.
ಈಗ ಇದು ಬುಕ್ಕಿದೆ
1990 I went once more as a reviewer.
ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಇದೆ ಇದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ You might have to change this as well. Yes. Right. 10 minutes. 12:30 minutes. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅದು ಸಾಕಾಯ್ತು ಇಸ್ಕೊಂಡ ಡೈಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿದೆ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ಈ ತರ ಬ್ಯಾಗು ಐದು ತಂದಿರೋದು ಶ್ರೀ ಬೇಬಿ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತಿದ್ದವ್ರು ಯಾರು 4 ಜನ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಇವ್ರು ಮತ್ತೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೇನೋ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರು ಜರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿವಿ
ಯಾರು ನಾನು ಚೀಫ್ ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂದೂರ್ಗು ತಗೊಂಡೆ ಚೇರ್
ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಕೂತಿದ್ದವರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರು ಯಾರು ಇದ್ರೆಲ್ಲ ಕಿರಣ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ ಇಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅವ್ರು ತಗೊಂತಾರೆ And Tejaswini, ಇದನ್ನ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ
I just follow this. Yes, thanks. We'll start in another 10 minutes. We'll start in another 10 minutes.
Do we take the bottles out and the fresh bottles because they're the other new people and we might need that same writing pad and letter pad. What is this? We can get that's better.
ಇವರ ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ರೂಮ್ ಹತ್ರ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು
We have the other letter pad, no? Tejaswini, the new letter pad needs to be put here. It's there inside. Yeah.
Sir, can you share the screen, sir? Srinivas, sir.
If unused are there, you can leave it there. I think it's for special for Anil Sahasrabhuti sir. Okay. We can give it to him once he comes and sits. We can give it with this, but he's not sitting. He's working. Put all this together. Yes. Give it to him.
You have to unmute your mic, sir. Can you share the screen now?
You can put this inside.
I think all are unused now.
We have actually the new ones inside.
New ones.
Yeah.
But these are unused. I don't think they will take it back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Here it is.
Uh,
I think this you can.
You can unmute and speak, sir. You can just hear whether you can hear you clearly.
Yeah.
You can just speak. You can unmute your computer.
5 Tejas. Okay. 5 of it. Take off all this and keep it on that red chair and put 5 files here. And you also need that pen. I'll get it from inside.
You have to press that mic symbol. You have to unmute.
Okay, I'll unmute. I will start video also. Then I will share. Okay, I'll start the video also. Now I will go and share. Okay. Now, hello. I have unmuted there. And now I will share the screen.
Yes,
now,
sir. We can see you unmuted, but we can't hear your voice.
I will get, now you can hear me.
No, sir, not yet.
I have increased the volume. Just check. I increased the volume. I have increased the volume. Now you should be able to hear. Are you able to hear me?
No, not yet, sir. I think there should be some issue with our thing. We'll just check that. We'll just
Okay.
check. Yeah, just. You please be on.
I am online. I have unmuted also. And
Yeah, ma'am.
hello.
Yes, Ashwin or the mobile in the phone. Ashwin. Actually, we can see your screen. Hear your voice.
And the volume also I have put there. Now this, you should be able to hear. See whether you are able to hear now. Okay.
I'll just call you back.
Okay.
ಅವ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ.
And the glass bottles, I just tell them to yeah, please check now if you can get someone's help. And I've kept 3 bottles there. You have to get that.
Sir, can you speak now? Hello?
Hey, sir. Hello. Are you able to hear me? Hello. I'm going to stop sharing and try first. Iವಾಗ ಕೇಳಿಸುತ್ತೆ? Now are you able to hear me?
These bottles are ಇದು glass. ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀರಲ್ಲ?
Are you able to hear me now? Okay. This is coming. Innocenti, shall I join the meeting?
Please. Yes, sir. You the meeting.
Video. Okay, start video. Now, are you able to hear me?
You are joined. We can see you.
Yes. Are you able to hear me now?
Hear you.
Okay, Sita. ಇವಾಗ ನೋಡಿ. Hello, are you able to hear me? Hello, I am speaking. Are you able to hear me? Hello.
Dr. Srinivasji Michel here. I can hear you perfectly well all this time.
I see. Okay, I think they are not able to.
I don't know why. You are perfectly audible.
I see. Okay. So must be there is some problem in the auditorium. They have
Perhaps.
I will tell them that.
Yes.
Okay, namaste, Mishanji.
I'm sorry to intervene. I don't know what the problem is.
Some problem there in the audio there. Back in Gandhinagar, where are you now?
Yes, back in Gandhinagar after a week, a little more than a week in Tamil Nadu.
No, Michelle is able to hear me. Hello. Hello.
There seems to be some disconnect between the online and the offline.
Sir, Mathadi, sir.
Hello. Are you able to hear me? Professor Michel Danino is able to hear me. He is on the Zoom. So you have to fix the issue in the auditorium, I think.
You are perfectly audible right from the beginning.
Hello. Hello. Oh, not yet. Okay. Hello. Hello. You are able to get something now? Okay. Hello. Yes. I am talking. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you, sir. We can hear you, sir.
Very good. Okay.
ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ಒಂದು ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಓಕೆ ಸರ್ ಫೋನ್ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಫೋನ್ ಕಟ್
Are you able to hear me?
Yes. Professor Mitchell. Professor Mitchell, so there is a delay in the time. Is it okay? So we can go with the keynote address of Srinivasan sir.
Is there a question for me?
Yes,
Excuse me?
So we are going a bit late on time.
Yes, in fact, is it Dr. Sharat Kumar, I was just writing to you that I will not be able to stay after 1:30 because I have a class coming up shortly afterwards and I cannot change that time. But don't worry, you please proceed even without me, and if need be, I can send a few points in writing also later on.
No, okay, Professor. I'll just talk to Shyam Sundar sir and I'll inform you. Okay.
Yes, but don't worry, please proceed at the normal pace and I'll be with you till 1:30, but not,
Okay,
not beyond.
Fine, Professor, fine.
Please don't mind.
எல்லாம் வந்துட்டா? ஓகே சரி. நீங்க எப்ப கிளம்புறீங்க அங்க இருந்து? ஓகே சரி 1:30 கரெக்டா கிளம்பிடுவோம். ஓகே வெரி குட். இப்ப நான் அனுப்பிச்சதெல்லாம் காப்பி பண்ணி கொண்டு வாங்க. அந்த 2 ஷீட்டு ஐடிஆரோடதும் கொண்டு வாங்க. இது சாரோட அந்த ரிப்போர்ட் அதெல்லாம் கொண்டு வரணும். எவ்ரிதிங் யூ ஹேவ் டு பிரிங். ஓகே. அண்ட் லாஸ்ட் இயர் அந்த பவுண்ட் இது கொண்டு வாங்க. நம்ம கம்பேர் பண்ணிக்கலாம்.
Srinivas sir, one small request, if it is fine with you. Srinivas sir, Professor Srinivas sir, unmute ಇದೆಯಾ?
Actually, you're talking. You can see.
Yes, sir.
Sir, since if it is fine with you, 10 minutes can we ask Mitchell to speak?
I know. So what I can do, you ask him to speak first.
Yes,
But,
sir.
and then I will speak for half an hour. It doesn't matter. If you do it that way, that's better. He can speak for 10-15 minutes. Then I will speak for half an hour. Then Chamukashi Shastriji can take over and do the rest of the panel discussion. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. ಅದು ಅವ್ರು ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಮಿಚೆಲ್ ಡೆನಿನೋ
Yes.
So
Yes.
we'll start with your session, sir. So after that, Professor MD Srinivas sir will speak.
But my session is a panel discussion.
I understand, but since there is a delay in the time, so we request you can tell your points for 10 minutes or 5 to 10 minutes.
I will need actually less than 10 minutes, I think.
Fine, no problem. So you will be starting next shortly, another 2-3 minutes.
Okay, you let me know. All right,
Yes,
very well.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor.
Michelle ji, you please speak for 15 minutes. I can start after that. No problem.
But Dr. Srinivas ji, I don't have.
No, whatever you want to say, you please.
I think 10 minutes should be more than sufficient.
So we should start actually. We're already late.
Just a second.
Yes, the class.
Better you start, otherwise it will. Then don't worry who is there, not there. Just introduce start. Otherwise,
first speaking.
Don't.
Start.
Start. Otherwise, no. These people will get.
I would like to welcome you all to the national seminar on the need for study.
I would like to welcome you all after a short tea break to the National Seminar on Need for Study and Research on Indian Knowledge Systems for its Contemporary Relevance. I'm Dr. Shriyanka, working as Assistant Professor in Electronics and Communication Engineering Department at Ramaya University of Applied Sciences. Before we move forward, let's put a glimpse on the forerunners of the Indian knowledge system. Saptarishis, the seven sages of India, namely Brahma Rishi Kashyapa, Jamadagni, Gautama, Bharadvaja, Vishwamitra, Vasishta, and Atri, who are the Saptarishis of the present cycle of creative flux known as the Vaivasvata Manvantara. The Saptarishis, or the seven sages, represent a primordial cosmic consortium of ancient Vedic India. They are the forerunners of all Indian knowledge system. Just to name a few, we have cosmology, astral, and positional astronomy, which was forwarded by the lineage of Maharshi Riju and Maharshi Vasishta Shakti Parashar. It is also the foundation of mathematics, that is Bija Ganita, and geometry, that is Geometra, that originated in ancient India. Health sciences, Ayurveda goes to Maharshi Bharadwaj. Earth, terrestrial, and built environmental sciences, that is Vasu and Vastu Vidya, belong to Maharshi Vasishta and other associated sages, which are widely incorporated and practiced in today's world. Moving ahead with our program, I would want to introduce our IKS expert, Professor Michael Denino, who is available with us online. Born in France in 1956, Michael Denino has been living in India since 1977 and is an Indian citizen. An independent student of Indian civilization, he authored The Lost River on the Trial of the Saraswati, published by Penguin India in 2010, which is a multidisciplinary study of the Vedic Saraswati River. He's also authored Indian Culture and India's Future, published by DK Print World in 2011. Another book named The Dawn of Indian Civilization and the Elusive Aryans is under preparation. Michael Denino has lectured across India on many aspects of Indian civilization and culture. Twice a scholar in residence at IIT Kanpur in 2011 and 2014. He was a visiting faculty at IIM Ranchi and since 2011 has been a guest professor at IIT Gandhinagar, where he has assisted the setting up of an archaeological science center and given courses exploring ancient India's heritage. Michael Denino co-edited a 2-volume textbook on knowledge, traditions, and practices of India for a CBSE elective course for class 11 and 12. As convener of the International Forum of India's Heritage, he has been coordinating a project to produce a multimedia educational DVD on science and technology in ancient India. He is also a member of the Indian Council of Historical Research. I would want to extend a warm welcome to Professor Michael for being part of our discussion online and say a few words on Indian knowledge system.
Thank you very much for this introduction. Thank you to all the organizers, office bearers of Ramaya University, and in particular, Dr. Sarat Kumar. And I have to thank also Dr. Shamasundar, who is an old acquaintance, and Dr. Srinivasji and other scholars present. I would like to make a few brief and fairly practical, I hope, points, in the sense that we've already heard quite a lot of the challenge meeting this very noble and very urgent need of teaching Indian knowledge systems spelled out by Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe. And I think he has covered a very wide and very important ground, and he has defined quite well the issues facing us. So in summary, what is the biggest challenge is that we have a few lost generations. You know, in Australia, they speak of lost generation of native children, Aboriginal children, Here in India, we have lost generations of scholars. That is to say, generations which have been completely obliterated because independent India did not consider history of science as an academic field, and there was no discipline created for it. And even today, to the best of my knowledge, there is only one place in India where the discipline of history of science officially exists. It is at IIT Bombay under Professor Ramasubramaniam, himself a very distinguished scholar of ancient Indian mathematics and astronomy. I'm not aware that any of our universities has a department of history of science. And therefore, we have completely annihilated the possibility of building up scholarship, and this is the main challenge in front of us. So therefore, let me try to address what is to me 4 important areas where we need to put in sustained efforts. The first and foremost, because I have been myself, if I may put in a personal note, as was mentioned in the introduction, I was privileged to be part of an effort to create a comprehensive textbook on Indian knowledge systems, but that is for school level. And it is known as Knowledge, Traditions and Practices of India, published by CBSE for CBSE and co-edited with a very distinguished scholar of Indian knowledge systems, Professor Kapil Kapoor. This was a few years ago. And yes, there is some talk of trying to scale up this comprehensive textbook for college level, but this is going to require more scholars, more efforts. Apart from that, at IIT Gandhinagar, I have promoted a comprehensive course on Indian knowledge systems, which changes its theme every year. And in fact, I can share in the chat box, as we speak, I can share the URL for it, the website for it. I think I have done so. You are welcome to visit it, and you will see that year after year, we have invited very distinguished scholars in different fields, from society to science to technology. Now, this year we are having a series on Indian arts and aesthetics, and basically all the videos are online. So this will be 5 solid years of videos online, and we have already transcribed the first volume, and we are continuing this effort to get this body of knowledge, this fund of knowledge, completely available online as individual lectures and also in book form year after year. So this is one effort I've promoted at IIT Gandhinagar, apart from my own courses on Indian civilization and various Indian knowledge systems, including an introductory course to the history of science and technology. Introductory because I'm not a deep scholar in the field, but have surveyed it perhaps sufficiently to at least give some basic introduction to our students, especially students of engineering are always very open to this topic, as Professor Sahasrabudhe very rightly mentioned. So the first challenge that we meet, and I'm constantly contacted by various institutions, universities, centers trying to initiate efforts in this field, is the great dearth of material. We do not have proper academic material tuned to straightforward teaching, straightforward use, as you have, textbooks in fluid mechanics. They are readily available, and you have many of them, not just one of them, but many of them. So what we need is to generate these textbooks. It is most welcome that Professor Mahadevan is working on one such project, but I think we need a diversity of approaches, diversity of material. I'm sure Dr. Srinivasji will have a lot more to say on this, and therefore I will not pursue this further, but we have to get hold of these scholars in all knowledge systems and convince them to contribute at least papers if they cannot shoulder the effort of writing an entire book. And then the challenge is that we do have a lot of scholarly material on every field, from philosophy to mathematics, from Ayurveda to agriculture. We have a lot of scholarly material. We have Sanskrit texts, we have sometimes translations of those texts, we have commentaries and so on, but they are not accessible for our students. And therefore, we need to cultivate the art of good textbook writing, which is a kind of effort in popularization. It is almost the same as writing for a wider intelligently curious audience. And if you're going to, for example, to try to convey the essence of Indian philosophies to your child or to a friend, how would you do it? This should be the approach. These textbooks should be entertaining. They should be without compromising, of course, on the fundamentals. They should have a lot of pedagogical tools and material and visual materials, and of course, links to genuine websites. I will come back to this word genuine in my last point. The second, and that is fairly easy, is that all institutions seriously committed to this effort should build up a library. I have myself built a list of 180 titles. I can send it to whoever is interested at any point of time, but it's highly incomplete and it should be supplemented. I have only touched upon those fields where I have a little acquaintance, and there is so much more that is required. So these lists of books, primary material or secondary material by distinguished scholars should be built upon by any institution, and that is the easier thing to do. Third, and the most challenging, is to educate a generation of professors, teachers, that is to say, teacher training as it goes. This is a challenge we've met in several IITs where there are lots of very good intentions to start something. IIT Kharagpur is trying, IIT Kanpur used to try once upon a time, and so on. And IIT Gandhinagar is still trying, but it takes a lot of time and effort because of those missed generations of scholars. So this has to start, by simply using the existing material and creating, I believe, a nucleus in each of these institutions. IIT Indore right now is also trying, and IIT Roorkee similarly. And I always give this advice that unless you have a nucleus of committed people within that institution, it's not going to work. And that nucleus can self-educate, can interact with scholars, can read the books and exchange notes. And unless we have this effort to build up rapidly at least some of the fundamentals in all the fields of Indian knowledge systems, and we know that it's an endlessly vast and varied field, the efforts will simply peter out after some time. So creating a nucleus is an absolute necessity in my opinion. Lastly, the point of genuineness. You see, we are told that we have scholars working on texts. For example, the Ministry of Education cells have told us that they have roped in a number of scholars who are conversant with the text and therefore who are going to produce genuine knowledge. I would like to raise a word of caution here. Texts are not sufficient. Perhaps in some fields, like philosophy, they may be. But in many other fields, like, for example, Indian technologies, where there is so much confusion, so much of exaggeration, so much of spurious material available on the net, going by the text is not enough, because you are never sure when the text is referring to an elaboration of a concept, or when the text is actually being literally referring to something that has been achieved. And for this, you need a multidisciplinary approach. You need to rope in knowledge from other disciplines. For example, if we talk about Indian technologies, we absolutely need the inputs of archaeology. Without them, we are not on secure grounds. The text will not be a sufficient guarantee that we are doing the right thing. And some texts, some texts are partly mythologized, and this is the way the ancient mind was working in many world culture. There was a kind of fusion of different approaches, the mythological approach, the philosophical approach, the spiritual approach, the poetical approach, and all of these approaches are valid in their own way. None of them is false. All of them have their own truth. But we must understand which part each approach plays in a certain text, and that requires much more than a literal reading. So these are just some of the points I wanted to flag. Absolute genuineness, yes, is required at all levels, and rigor, and let us, though we do want to make our students proud of all this knowledge, I can assure you, based on my limited experience of teaching Indian knowledge systems for almost 10 years now at various levels at IIT Gandhinagar, I can assure you that there is no need to be concerned about whether we are making them proud or not. Let us just teach them, even conservatively sometimes, what we know is genuine, and the pride will build up on its own. There is absolutely, this is an automatic byproduct, if I may say so, of all this teaching. The biggest challenge is going to be to create a generation of teachers and to have pedagogies that really relate to the student of the 21st century. And the student of the 21st century is not the same as 50 years ago. That also we need to understand and take into account. So I will stop here. These were some of the points I wanted to bring up in the panel discussion. I apologize that I have myself a class on Indian systems of ethics. It's a course I'm teaching right now in the IIT for the second year. And that is also a knowledge system. And I think my students are enjoying this journey through Indian ethics. And therefore, I will not be able to remain in this. But I'm very glad that Ramaya University, whose campus I briefly visited once years ago, is taking up this initiative. And I'll be happy to give it further inputs whenever required. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you very much, Professor Michael, for giving us some important points and pointing out the challenges we could face and how to improvise on them to build the Indian knowledge system in the universities. Thank you very much once again, sir. Moving ahead with our program, I would want to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor M.D. Srinivas, who is present with us online. Professor is a theoretical physicist by training. After obtaining his PhD from the University of Rochester, USA, he taught at the Department of Theoretical Physics, University of Madras during 1976 and 96. His research work in theoretical physics has been mainly in the fields of quantum optics and the conceptual and mathematical foundations of quantum mechanics. Since 1996, Professor Srinivas was working as a senior fellow and currently the chairman at the Center for Policy Studies, Chennai, which is devoted to the study of Indian civilizational ideas and institutions in diverse fields of public activity and exploration of the potential of these ideas and institutions in elevating the current situation of India. I would want to extend a warm welcome to Professor M.D. Srinivas and request him to deliver the keynote address on the Indian knowledge system.
My namaste to everybody. Lot has been already said on the theme of the contemporary applications and need for generating contemporary relevance for Indian knowledge systems. So as a keynote address, some of these points I will go over again, but I will try to highlight some of the issues that need to be highlighted in this context. And I'm indeed grateful to the Ramaya University of Applied Sciences to have taken up this initiative. And I'm very gladdened by the speeches that I've heard in the morning from Professor Shyam Sundar, Professor Kidambi, Professor Sahasrabudhe, Professor Srinivas Murthy, and everybody. So first thing I think we have to recollect when we talk of Indian knowledge systems and their contemporary relevance, they were highly contemporarily relevant till about 2 centuries ago. All the great needs and the flourishing economy of India was run on the basis of our traditional knowledge systems. Not only India benefited from these Indian knowledge systems, they were highly appreciated, admired, and adopted in very large parts of Asia for over 1,500 years. So we have to have a brief glimpse of that to realize that till about 200 years ago, India ran on Indian knowledge systems. All Indians reveled in it and they advanced them. Of course, they borrowed from various other civilizations and their knowledge systems, but there was a stream of Indian knowledge system which was flourishing in India till about 1750, 1800, and perhaps even till 1850. And the great decline occurred in the 19th century, and the 20th century, with our independence movement, started seeing a revival. But that revival has been very halting compared to the enormous decline that occurred in the 19th century. In about 3 generations, the British finished all the Indian knowledge systems in the public domain, and the support for them and their applicability. And what we have achieved after in these 75 years since our independence is not commensurate as other fields, but without the kind of success that we need to have. Had we concentrated on updating our knowledge systems also, what we would have achieved in the modern era, in modern knowledge, would have been much more creative, would have been much more relevant to our needs, because we would have known where to borrow, how to improve upon them. We would have had a ground to stand upon. So in order to carry forward this great tradition of Indian knowledge systems in the contemporary world, we need to really do something really very big in modern India, so that by the time of the 100th year of our independence, we will no longer be talking about knowledge systems. We would have mastered them as they were till 100, 200 years ago. We would have observed them as they are current in the practices of our people. And we would have updated them, we would have comprehended them, we would have updated them, so that we can give new solutions to many contemporary needs and challenges. We would be teaching them in our school curriculum. We'll be teaching them in all our institutions of higher learning. We'll be doing research on them in the routine way. And it's only this way that we will be able to rekindle the Indian. Now, I will not go through the kind of material which Professor Shamsundar had already covered very Indian sciences, like the science of language, which goes back to the time of Vedas. And the methodology of Panini was revered all over the world by 7th century. Here is a Chinese scholar who is visiting India and who learned Sanskrit not in India, but in Sumatra, in Indonesia, for 6 months, and then comes to India, and he is recording that the grammar of Panini is sort of revered all over from Vietnam to Uzbekistan. Similarly, the mathematical in fact, in the philosopher Ibn Sina is saying in 10th century that he learned Indian methods of calculation from a vegetable seller. That this is the way that mathematical computation became accessible to all people. We have this record that Fahyan is talking of the hospital, the way it was, the way everybody could visit it. The poor and destitute and the sick could be treated, and they are treated. Sciences, but even the arts, the philosophies, the architecture. This is the 9th century temple in Java, which is the largest temple in Indonesia. This is the 12th century temple in Angkor Wat, which is the largest religious structure, monument anywhere in the world, the Vishnu temple in Cambodia. And this is the 15th century, this was the capital of Thailand, Ayodhya.
Sir, we are losing you out, sir.
Let him also.
Telling us that all these sciences have come under assault, and Hindus have become like atoms of dust scattered in all directions. This is
Professor
Spain. Al-Biruni, who came along with Ghazna of Mahmud, Ghazna Mahmud. And Hindu sciences have retired away from where we were. And he also said something which perhaps all Indians should remember today, that Hindus believe that there is no country but theirs, no nation like theirs, no king like this, no religion like this, no science like this. This is something that you will rarely find said about an Indian today. It was generally thought. Now the main problem about Indian knowledge systems is that we have reacquired those knowledge in our educated circles, in our universities and colleges, through the Indology. Until about 50, 60 years ago, the general understanding was if Indians had achieved something great in various knowledge systems, this all died down several centuries. Last for 50, 60 years, that we have come to a better understanding, a better comprehension of the living tradition. Mathematics, here we see Madhava in 14th century, discovering these infinite series, which were later on discovered by Leibniz and Sharp. But what is more important is, today we realize that the methodology by which Madhava arrived at it, the methodology by which the Kerala mathematicians arrived at it, was a very
Sarath, you can interfere.
Yeah, Professor? Hello, Professor?
as a foundational
Professor,
school in
can you hear
mathematics.
me, Professor? Sorry to interrupt you, Professor.
Yes, sir.
So I think in between we are losing out on you. You can switch off your video, Professor. And speak.
Also, can we speak from the? Can we call him and?
Should I?
Like this is
You
okay.
can switch off the
Switch
video.
off video.
Professor. You can switch off the video.
My video.
Yeah, your video.
One second. I don't know whether I'll be able to do it.
Yeah.
Hello?
Which platform? Where is the button for
Discovered a model of planetary system, which was in fact much more sophisticated than that of Copernicus. It was as good as the Keplerian model in first approximation. And he explaining that Mercury and Venus go around the sun. Earth is outside of their orbit, and the sun is carrying all these planets around the Earth, which is what is called the Tychonic model. Now, Nilakanta also wrote about the philosophy of mathematics and science, and he is emphasizing the basic philosophy of science as applied in India. The first thing is that the ancient books were not to be revered as merely revelations of gods to us. The main point to understand is that the ancients came up with great science because they had the blessings of the gods. It was their intellect which was blessed by the gods. It's not that this Surya himself came and taught Aryabhatta, so that the astronomy of Aryabhatta is with what we observe, or if there is a small difference between what we see and the ancient books, we have to continuously re-examine them, we have to continuously update them. And that is the purpose of science. That is the purpose of all knowledge, that we have to teach our students any knowledge not as a finished product, but as a has already been given to them, not merely impart to them a finished bit of knowledge. In fact, this pragmatic and open-ended approach to scientific knowledge is very valuable even today. It's in fact very rare to see. It's only in the 20th century that the Greco-European scientific tradition gave up this belief that it was discovering eternal, absolutely true regularities of nature. But still modern science is caught with the hubris of trying to seek the ultimate laws by which the creator has created the universe, as if as humans we can play God on earth. It's equally caught up with the belief that science is a bequest to mankind to establish dominion over creation. It is in these areas that the great wisdom of our scientists, the great wisdom now in 18th century, we had this Indian astronomer predicting an eclipse, which was as good as a contemporary European prediction. This is what Lee Gentile saw in Pondicherry. But now there are a huge corpus of Indian inscriptions. There are more than 90,000 inscriptions which have been collected. And most inscriptions have astronomical data. Dr. Subrayappa, in a report which he wrote about 10 years ago, he highlighted the fact that only 1/4 of these inscriptions have been published. And he could analyze only about half of those published inscriptions. He found record of 1,200 eclipses. And he emphasizes the fact that from 400 AD to 1850, there are about 2,000 eclipses at least in the inscriptions which have already been published, which have been recorded. We say that Indians did not observe. On the contrary, that there has been no other cultural area in the world which has such continuous record of observation. In fact, every inscription gives the astronomical tithi and the nakshatra, which itself is an astronomically observable quantity. Similarly, the work of Dharampalji was referred to, that he uncovered the fact that there's an 18th century booklet published by Holwell, who was governor of Bengal, discussing the method of smallpox vaccination that was practiced extensively in North India and part of South India also. The pox of a patient was taken, and something like the Covaxin of today, it was the dead vaccine, the dead virus was then injected. This was the basic principle of vaccination, which Indians had discovered perhaps hundreds of years ago, and this was widely practiced. And they had a very sophisticated understanding of what we today call the germ theory of disease. This is what Holwell is saying. Now, similarly, in the book of Dharampalji, there's a very detailed account of the importance of the steel that the Secretary of Royal Society is sending to the President of Royal Society, and that he's talking of about 10,000 furnaces all over India. But we have not heard of this. We don't know it. So there are these extensive accounts of European observers and the British administrators from about early 18th century onwards till about middle of 19th or even late 19th century, which we have to go through systematically to find details of all our technological practices. In fact, India was known as a global leader of textiles, but this only we are hearing today. We are seeing that cotton textiles were exported from Gujarat, from eastern coast of South India and Bengal, and in late 18th century, South Asia accounted for approximately a quarter of world's textile output and even a larger percentage of world's seaborne trade in textiles. This is what the scholars are finding today. But we have no accounts of any particular textile center being researched upon by any Indian university or institution. About 20 years back, or this is about actually nearing to 40 years now, Paul Byrock came up with this assertion by looking at the world economic output data from 18th century to 20th century, that in 1750, India accounted for 25% of world manufacturing. And this was still 20% in 1800, and it declined very rapidly to 1%. In fact, it declined much more rapidly than in China and than in rest of the third world. And by 1953, India's contribution to world manufacturing was 1.7%. And what Madison's results were only an extension of what Paul Byrock discovered, and only Madison tried to confuse the issue by showing that in 17th century itself, Europe had acquired a great manufacturing capacity, and trying to confuse the issue that the growth of modern industrialism in Europe was the direct consequence of the colonial destruction of the industrial economy of especially India and later of China. Now, Dharampalji and various scholars have found very detailed records of localities in the South Indian district of Chengalpet near Madras. About 1/8 of the land was underwater, and this, if you take a small area around Chengalpet, this is Uttar Meerut, this is Kanchipuram, you find so many water bodies. In fact, maybe in this very small map of about 15 miles by 20 miles by 20 miles, you have more than 200 water bodies. And the outflow from one was flowing to the other. And this was the scheme by which these palm leaf records that I showed you a few seconds ago, they're discussing the production of these records maintained by the village Karnams in 1760s. They're showing a productivity of more than 2 tons per hectare. And this is not a region like Kaveri Delta or Ganga Maidan. And per household, the production was about 5 metric tons. Today in India, we are producing about 200 kgs per person per year, or less than 1 ton per family today. And only half the population in 18th century was in agriculture, 7% of the population were weavers, 3.5% of the population were militia and police and things like that. And every village had more than a quarter of the lands, the revenue assigned for public purposes, and more than one-third of the produce was assigned for all administrative, cultural, religious, technological, maintenance of irrigation, maintenance of culture, temples, etc. And they were even contributing each region. The Kanchipuram Rajarajaswamy temple used to receive 0.5% of the produce out of 1,700 villages. It received 0.5% of produce from 1,200 villages. So it's not that they were independent republics, but they were integrated at a larger cultural level. And this is what Mahatma Gandhi said when he talks about what is called the oceanic circles polity. In 1946, Gandhiji explained that the Constitution of India should start with the village as the unit and then go up to higher units. And this was the traditional Indian polity, where the larger unit was supportive and the smaller units contributed to the larger unit. Anyway, so now all this went away with this great, there was a widespread education system where all communities participated. This is again the work of Dharampalji based on the British records. There was this University of Navadvipa, where in 1700 there were 1,100 students and 150 masters in 1791. And it is estimated in 1700 there were 4,000 students. Anyway, all this went away with the Macaulay system of education. And I think this quote of Macaulay that is being quoted in this meeting is perhaps not his quotation at all. On 2nd February of 1835 is the date on which he is writing this minute on education, where he is saying that we should not patronize. When we can patronize true philosophy and true history, we should not waste public money on medical doctrines which would disgrace an English farrier, astronomy which would move laughter in girls at English boarding school, history abounding with kings 30 feet high. And he says the natives are desirous to be taught English and not desirous to be taught Sanskrit. And he's perhaps referring to Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Now all this went away. The 20th century saw a great revival. For instance, in Ayurveda, you could see from the establishment of Dabur to the resolution of Indian National Congress in 1920 to have the indigenous systems of medicine as national systems of medicine, to establishment of various Ayurvedic colleges. And if you come to the contemporary times, you find that in India, the number of Ayurvedic practitioners and modern Western medicine practitioners are more or less comparable. The number of colleges and students are also comparable. And WHO thinks that more than 2/3 of Indians are actually served by the native systems of medicine, including Ayurveda, Siddha, and the folk systems. But when you go to the government allocation, the health budget, we find that in all plans in independent India, indigenous systems of medicine got less than 3%. Even today, in the annual budget of Government of India or of every state, less than 1% is what is granted to the indigenous systems of medicine like Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, etc. In fact, the budget of entire Ayush is less than the budget of one single allopathic medical institution aims. We compare that with China, which also had a great hoary tradition of medicine, where there are not so many traditional medicine practitioners as in India, but China allocates more than 8% of its total expenditure on health. But more importantly, the traditional Chinese medicine is part of every medical college, every hospital. Every modern student, Western medicine student in China has to have at least a basic course on traditional Chinese medicine. And no wonder the Chinese export more than 5 billion, this was in 2014, worth of traditional Chinese medicine drugs. And no wonder ultimately you find in 2015 a scholar of traditional medicine and Western pharmacology getting a Nobel Prize. And just a small brief remark that today we are so much talking of our great capacity to produce vaccine. But I know that there are several doctors in Ayurvedic system in Chennai itself who have cured more than 300, 400 persons who have been infected with COVID. And Ayurveda does not go through the complicated system of trying to find a vaccine, but trying to see the symptoms of the disease as a Vata Kapha Jvara and treat it. And they have treated it quite successfully without any fatality. And a couple of papers are also written by various doctors. But we find IMA being totally opposed to even start discussing the possibility of using Ayurvedic medicine. And we know the kind of vaccines and the kind of debate that is going on, that modern science will take at least 5 to 10 years to come up with an effective cure for this COVID. Whereas we have ways of mitigating the disease, provided it's handled at an early stage. Anyway, so why do we need to study indigenous systems of knowledge, indigenous knowledge traditions? I'll conclude my talk in 4-5 minutes. Here is a Japanese scholar who is explaining that modern Western science is a product of last 2-3 centuries, and its point of view and its approach to nature is neither unique nor absolutely correct. And there are alternatives as to the directions science should take and science will take over the next 100 years. If as Indians, as Chinese, as Japanese, as Koreans, we want to contribute to modern science, we should be fully equipped with the knowledge of our own knowledge systems from which we can draw upon a pool and show the direction for modern science that it should take. It could be a world science, but it will be a world science not merely informed by the mentality, the world view of a colonial Europe of 18th or 19th century. It will be a world view which will be informed by the great world views of the traditions of India, China, Japan, etc. Now, in order to be able to master what I've told you is only a brief overview of what we know today about our Indian knowledge systems. But just to emphasize to you how little we know, we have to understand, if these manuscripts were talked about, the estimate of manuscripts are about 10 million and only a few lakhs are outside India. And about 80% of these manuscripts are in Sanskrit. And for Tamil language, an assessment was made of these manuscripts. They found that 1/3 of the manuscripts are on medicine, 1/3 and 1/6 are on medicine, another 1/6 are on what we call as several knowledge systems, sciences and humanities. 1/3 are on literature, and 1/3 is on religion and philosophy. When it comes to Sanskrit, Dr. Sharma had made a survey in Kerala and Tamil Nadu where he showed that only 1/10 of the known manuscripts have even been edited so far. When we come to astronomy and mathematics, a detailed survey has been made, and we know that there are more than 9,000 source works. But when we look at what has been studied, what has been published, in the modern framework, the modern scholarship in 19th century, which was mostly Europeans in the first half, they looked at only 15 texts and translated 10. And with that, they were done. From about 1875, we had many Indian scholars like Sudhakar Dwivedi, Bapudev Shastri associated with it. 134 more texts were analyzed and published, and 20 were translated. And now in independent India, we have looked at more than 300 texts by the work of great scholars like Vibhuti Bhushan Datta, Saraswati Amma, whose books were shown, by K.S. Shukla, by K.V. Sharma, etc. And the works translated is 65. So it means that out of these 9,000 texts, we have really translated and studied the contents of only about 95, which is about 1%. And we have published texts available, which is about 5%. So, and much of this work, as was emphasized today in the various talks, has been done outside of our institutions of higher learning by scholars out of their own initiative and private initiative and passion. So, if we have to, I mean, this is about astronomy and mathematics, I'm sure it's the same, be it philosophy or architecture or medicine or dharma shastras or sciences of polity like Niti Shastra or metallurgy, Rasa Shastra. In every subject, the situation is similar, and perhaps astronomy and mathematics is one where the traditional texts have been studied a little bit more, excepting in medicine. So, if we really are keen to comprehend the Indian knowledge systems, we have to reorient our national priorities. We have to give due importance first to preservation, then to digitization, listing, and cataloging. This is on one side. This involves the ministries of culture, the Ministry of Education, and scientific and technical expertise on digitization, preservation, listing, cataloging, and cooperation between the states and private bodies and central government. Then we need editing, publishing of these books. And now that will require professors from various universities who have both linguistic capabilities and capability of the Shastra or the knowledge system which they are studying. And finally, we need promoting systematic studies of these large corpus, where we need modern scholars of this discipline also and traditional scholars also. Both of them will acquire something about the knowledge of each other and analyze these source works for their contemporary relevance. And to do all this, we have to train a large number of young scholars to do all these jobs. So indeed, I would say that India, which boasts of about 40,000 colleges and great number, more than 1,000 universities, will have to train a large number of manpower in all these tasks. Now, if we really want to carry forward the tradition of Indian knowledge system in the modern world, it's not merely the manuscripts. We have to look at all the observers' reports, the European and other observers' reports, and even contemporary reports of our technological practices over the last 2-3 centuries. We have to look at our inscriptions also, and then we have to look at the extensive material and archaeological remains, the archaeological structures, the iron works, the materials, the glass beads, all that remains of the ancient period and the current period. And more important than anything else, the current practices of traditional experts who are widely available but neglected and who are there all over our country. All this needs to be documented, studied, and researched upon in our institutions of learning. We have to comprehend the basic concepts, the techniques, the methodologies of all our knowledge, traditions, and practices. But more importantly, we have to update them. We have to borrow from the modern systems or some clues and make them applicable. We have to harness them to meet our contemporary needs and challenges. Parallelly, IKS should form an important part of our school curriculum and courses taught. Professor Danino has given us various suggestions on this. So there is a huge job of research, there is a huge job of teaching, and there is a large job of popularization at the school and popular level. If we are able to achieve it over a generation, we would have achieved a rekindling of Indian genius and a true resurgence of Indian civilization in modern times. I'm sorry I have taken maybe much more time than what I should have, but this is what I would like to convey to everybody. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Namaskar.
Camera is here.
Then you come there.
You say.
So on behalf of RUAs, I would want to present this memento as a token of
Reach.
Yeah, I'll reach you shortly.
We have with us our experts on Indian knowledge system present in person and online to facilitate our panel discussion program. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce our panel expert to our guests, colleagues, and participants. Firstly, I would like to introduce Sri Chamu Krishna Shastri, who is the member of the Governing Council of IKS, Home Ministry of Education, Government of India. Sri Chamu Krishna Shastri is the Trustee Secretary of Sanskrit Promotion Foundation, a leading institution in developing Sanskrit tutorials for students and in producing various new course materials for Sanskrit for special purposes. He is one of the founding members of Sanskrita Bharati, a pioneer organization in popularizing Sanskrit as a spoken language and in
My ATM card, I obtained the card yesterday, sir.
and in working for
Once
the
Prabha
innovation.
will come tomorrow here, I will ask her to go and operate it. I'll ask her to operate.
You can mute.
He is one of the founding members of Samskrita Bharati, a pioneer organization in popularizing Sanskrit as a spoken language and in working for the regeneration of the Indian knowledge tradition. Now he is spearheading a movement to teach Sanskrit through Sanskrit. He was an All India Organizing Secretary and All India General Secretary for Samskrita Bharati, an organization which heralded a new era in the field of Sanskrit education. Sri Chamu has authored 14 books and hundreds of articles on contemporary issues. He started Sanskrit correspondence course through the medium of 10 Indian languages and contributed to SAFL course, which is Sanskrit as Foreign Language, which was successful in USA. He's also launched Saraswati Seva Yojana to publish books in Sanskrit on contemporary subjects. Sri Chamu has rendered his service as Senior Consultant Languages in MHRD. He's also served as member of various committees of Central Sanskrit Board, National Manuscript Mission, NCERT, CBSE, UGC, etc. He was instrumental in celebrating year 2000-2001 as Sanskrit Year, a program of MHRD which gave momentum to Sanskrit popularization activities. He immensely contributed to vision and roadmap for the development of Sanskrit 10-year prospective plan in MHRD. He's also worked with various state governments for the promotion of Sanskrit and quality improvement in Sanskrit education. I would want to extend a warm welcome to you, sir, and thank you for being with us today. I would also request you to take a seat on the dais. Our next IKS expert is Sri V.V. Bhatt, sir. Sri V.V. Bhatt, sir, joined the Indian Administrative Service in 1976 after his post-graduation in economics from the University of Mysore. Subsequently, he studied management and development in economics from Cambridge University. He has worked in different capacities in the Northeast Andaman and Nicobar Islands, Pondicherry, Goa, and NCT of Delhi. He's also worked in the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Finance, and Department of Space for the Government of India. He has been a director for different public sector banks and public sector undertakings, in addition to being the chairman of Pondicherry Textile Cooperation and Delhi Industries and Infrastructure Development Corporation. He retired from the post of Secretary to the Government of India and member in Space Commission, Atomic Energy Commission, and Earth Commission. He is interested in economics, development studies, anthropology, management, environment, Ayurveda, Indian knowledge systems, history of science, and science and technology applications for development. A warm welcome to you, sir, and thank you. Our next IKS expert is Dr. S. Shamsundar, sir. Sir, I would want to extend a warm welcome to you and request you to have a seat. As well as Professor M. Sai Baba, sir. Thank you, sir, for being with us, as well as James Dr. And our final IKS expert, Dr. Anuradha Chaudhary. Dr. Anuradha Chaudhary is presently working as an assistant professor at the Humanities and Social Sciences Department at IIT Kharagpur for Sanskrit and Indian psychology. She's also the founder of Veetambara Yoga Shala and Takshashila Institute of India Sciences, a PhD in Vedic psychology from Pondicherry University. She was awarded the Erasmus Mundus Scholarship of the EU for an MLit in Crosswaves in European Humanities and a UN-related scholarship for a course on human rights at the Summer University of Human Rights, Geneva. Before joining IIT Kharagpur, she was a fellow at the she was a fellow at the Development Foundation, Bangalore, as well as an adjunct faculty at the Veda Vijnana Shodha Samsthana. She also helped to establish the Center for Indian Psychology at Jain University, Bangalore, where she organized and participated in conferences and workshops to deliberate on an alternative paradigm for psychology based on the Indic worldview, an instructor at yogaanytime.com and a visiting faculty at Ghent University, Belgium. She's also been a resource person for teaching spoken Sanskrit, yoga psychology, and about the transformative power of mantras. And she's also co-edited a book titled Perspective on Indian Psychology. A warm welcome to you, ma'am, and I request you to have a I would now request Dr. Shyam Sundar sir to set the context of Indian knowledge system and moderate the panel discussion.
Thank you. First, I was looking at the watch. It's almost 2 o'clock. Knowledge is good, Indian knowledge is excellent, but stomach is also important. So we should worry about our food also. So somehow the program got a little stretched. That's all fine. So what I suggest is, if it's okay with Professor Kadabi and the organizers, we will have a quick 2 to 5 minute remark from each of the panelists. I don't know if Professor Srinivas is online, and then we can have a quick introduction, and then we can break for lunch. Maybe it will become about 2:30 in that case. And I want the participation from the faculty and the audience also. So before we break for lunch, we can have a quick open session, brief, and then we will reassemble and we will go into the depth when the panelists will give their concluding remarks kind of thing, and we will extend the session to specifically discuss about what we should do. There is a lot of work. If we keep on, we can have a 1 month seminar like this. Different people can come and talk. But then what Ramaya has to do, Ramaya University can do, and what individual faculty member can do, and how we will create. And the actionizing, we will spend some time in the post-lunch session, if this is okay for you, all of you. Okay. So with this few remarks, I request Sri Chamu Shastri to initiate the discussion. If you want, we can sit and speak.
They can speak more if I stand.
Then it is bad. It is dangerous.
Samskrita bhashayam vadami, mandam vadami, artham jnatum prayatnam karotu. Sarve bhashane uktavantah Bharatam katham shreshtham iti. Bharate kim shreshtham asit prachina kale. Parantu kim asit iti apekshaya katham vayam tat praptavantah. How did we reach that height? Tat more important asti. Adhikam mukhyam. Kim asit, what we had iti apekshaya. How we achieved that iti. Tat yadi chintayati tatra bahavaha amshaha santi chintanartham. Idanim Ramaya Vishwavidyalaya dhyaya vakyam asti jnanam vijnanancha bhakti sahitam. Aham tad uttamam asti shreshtham. Aham 2 more perspectives in the today's this context aham dadami. अस्माकं सेमिनार कांटेक्स्ट मध्ये ज्ञानं विज्ञानं च धर्म दर्शन सहितम् इति. प्राचीन काले ज्ञानं भवतु विज्ञानं भवतु आयुर्वेदः भरतनाट्यशास्त्रम् अथवा आगमशास्त्रं गणितं, you take any branch of knowledge, they were all based on dharma and darshana. Spirituality antima lakshyam tadasit. Bhautika vikasasya antima lakshyam na asit. Adhyatmika vikasaha, samajika vikasaha, rashtra vikasaha. Knowledge for what? Knowledge for bhautika etad kevalam na. Apicha adharaha dharmaha. Iti tadartham we were able to achieve that. That was one reason for the achievement. Dvitiyam jnanam vijnanancha prayoga sahitam. Iti another aspect. Idanim atra asti kala applied science. Ramaya University of Applied Science. Applied Science ityukte आन्वयिकशास्त्राणि प्राचीनकाले अपि शास्त्रं शास्त्राणां पुनः अन्वयः अन्यान्य शास्त्रेषु इदानीं न्यायशास्त्रम् इति अस्ति न्यायशास्त्र तर्कशास्त्र इति you might have heard Nyaya is a language of investigation. Nyaya is a language of examination. Nyaya is a language of study, research. That Nyaya Shastra madhye three aspects santi, three branches. Tatra pramana vijnanam, padartha vijnanam, adhyatma vijnanam, atma vijnanam iti. So Pramana Vijnanam was applied in all other Shastras, even in Ayurveda also. Even Ganita, you take any branch of knowledge, this Nyaya Shastrasya Pramana Vijnanam is applied. So that is applied science. Tarhi, now we have to, we can and we have to, Madhyana Anantaram yadi, vayam detailed project yadi bhavantah ichanti, अहम साहाय्यं करोमि श्री अत्र वेदतत्त्वानंद जी महाराज अपि अस्ति सः अपि एतादृश विषये तज्ञः अस्ति वी कैन गिव यू कॉन्क्रीट आइडियाज टू स्टार्ट विथ कथं तत्र संस्कृते पद वाक्य प्रमाणम् इति पंडिता स्कॉलर इज कॉल्ड पद वाक्य प्रमाणज्ञः one who knows these three, pada, vakya, pramana. Pada is grammarian, grammar. Vakya, mimamsa shastra tajnaha. Pramana, nyaya shastra tajnaha. So, pada, vakya, pramanam, these three also applied sciences. So, there are etadrisha bahavaha vishayaha santi. There are 36 tantra yukti. 36 tantra yuktis are there, and other two aspects of tantra yukti, dosha yukti and guna yukti, again they 19 and 16. These are all yuktis, tantra yukti, dosha yukti and guna yukti. They are part of research methodology. They are the research methodology. Idanim Arthashastram, Chanakya Arthashastram. Why Chanakya was able to create such a great Arthashastra? Because he used around 14 Tantra Yuktis in his Arthashastra. That is the method he applied in coming to creating that Arthashastra. So Ayurveda api Tantra Yukti Prayoga asti, Shushruta Samhitayam Tantra Yukti Prayoga asti, Arthasha evam bhinna bhinna Shastra Granteshu etadrisha Tantra Yukti research methodology asti again tat. So etadrisha applied sciences Samskrute asti, tasya re-application idanim asmabhi karaniyam, re-investigation idanim udaharanartham, present chemistry can be re-examined through the language of Nyaya Shastra. Re-examination, re-investigation of kimartham prachina kale api evam Sankhya Shastrasya Padartha Vijnanam Nyaya Shastrasya Pramana Vijnanena examination kritam. Idanim modern chemistry, physics, Padartha Vijnanasya vayam Nyaya Shastrasya Pramana Vijnanena punaha application kritva re-investigation kartum shaknumaha tena nutana innovation sadhyam kadachit nutana innovation bhavet main product by product yakimapi bhavet nutana srishtihi sambhavyate etadrisha bahavaha opportunities santi iti uktva mama dirgha bhashanaya kshamam prarthayitva viramami.
Learned scholars and friends, let me present a few points which will be food for thought in more than one sense
in view of the lunch which we are looking forward to, as well as the post-lunch questions and discussions which you may like to raise. First of all, what should be the approach to study and to do research on ancient Indian knowledge heritage? Without going into the details of how we should proceed in that direction, I will only highlight one very, very important point, that the theory of knowledge, or what is technically called epistemology, is very much different from what we have been trained in our schools and colleges. When you search for knowledge holistically, and when you try to understand, there are different methodologies which are very unique to the Indian system of learning. The first one is how to learn through Panchendriyas. The second one is how to learn through darshanas. Some of the details have been highlighted by our friend Krishna Shastri ji. Therefore, when we look at the body of knowledge which is presented as Indian knowledge heritage, we have to consciously try to look at it from the possibility of knowledge being expressed in different terminologies. And we should come out of that prejudice that the technical words and jargon which have been used in different modern approaches to learning or different sciences, we have to temper it with this understanding. The second approach we must follow is to quote the chapter and verse every time. This is necessary to convince the skeptics. It is also necessary to motivate the people who want to study it further. We do not have to do it to exhibit our knowledge that we have read it, but it is extremely important to carry conviction and credibility that I am not claiming it or stating it on the basis of my learning through secondary sources. I must enable each one of you to go back to this text or this evidence and judge it for yourself. Third, a natural tendency has developed amongst us that we were the first in the world to develop this, or we are the contributors of this knowledge to the world. Maybe. But then it is not necessary to highlight it. It is simply necessary to expound it and to explain it. When we say that we were the first, there are skeptical minds everywhere who will waste your time and their time in proving or in trying to prove that you were the first or you are not the first. The unnecessary debate which has gone into this in many areas are due to that mentality of non-belief. A related issue is to avoid the research for fixing the time or the date of that document or that author or that contributor. Although it is a proper scientific methodology of investigating, enormous time has been wasted by some of us as well as by Westerners in trying to question how and why you are determining the period or the years in which that text might have been written or developed. Simply go into the merits of it, let time and authorship, etc., become secondary at a later stage. The next point is about interpretation. Interpretation is fundamental in Indian sciences and in Indian knowledge, whereas in our modern research methodology, interpretation is a very, very minor issue. Inference is less important. Direct proof is more important. But then we must remember that the terminology through which specialized knowledge is expressed is dependent upon the level of scholarship of that period. If E is equal to MC square, as it was taught to me in the school, is accepted as science by majority of the scientists, hundreds of people like me don't have to understand that. It is a jargon, it is a formula, but we are prepared to accept it. Whereas similar self-evident statements or universal truths, when they are stated in different terminologies in the Indian context, we have to keep our mind open and scientific. So science is not limited only to experimental methods. There is something more than experimental methods also about that. We have always heard a point of wisdom or criticism also, that today we are interpreting a lot of things on the basis of science as we understand it today. Is it justified? Did those original people who stated that, did they really knew it as a science, or did they really know it as something of a universal or fundamental truth? Very good question. But even today, we must remember what is told in medicine, that your eyes can see only what your mind knows. It is very fundamental. And similarly, in all learning, what we say, what we understand is dependent upon where we stand, literally as well as philosophically. If we do not have this approach in mind, we will not be able to grasp the significance of Indian knowledge. A common experience faced by all of you or all of us would be that when you tell something new about India, they will suddenly recall their high school textbooks. I was shocked when a very, very learned person also, who is a Padma Vibhushana awardee a few years back, while we mentioned something about Aryan issue, he remembered what was told in his textbook. So we have a famous quotation by economist Keynes, how all of us are conditioned in our minds because of some outmoded philosophy and learning of the yesteryears. It is true of learned people as compared to the less learned, because the learned person has acquired this feeling that he has learned something about something, whereas he does not admit that he knows nothing about something else. His outlook makes a lot of difference when we need to come out of this this kind of acquired impressions and fossilized minds. Last point I would like to leave with you before lunch is to say and think, what is Indian about Indian science and technology achievements of today? Is there anything Indian in the science and technology achievements of post-independent India? Let us think it over and maybe we will discuss it after lunch. Thank you for this golden opportunity of communicating with you.
Please.
Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. The advantage of coming at the end of eminent speakers is that they've said most of it. And the advantage or disadvantage of it can be that there's not much left to be said. And yet one can try and make a point if there is an alternative. So I'll pick on the thread that Sir left on where lies the Indianness of knowledge, the way I understand it. Because I have a background in Sanskrit and also Indian psychology. So I'll try and bring in that perspective of looking at the words, looking at probably the psychological dimension of this discourse. And so the first thing is that when we're talking of any knowledge system, so one thing that we discovered when we look at our Shastras is the passion that the Indians had to understand the very process of acquiring knowledge. So they were looking at how do we know what we know. And they talked about different kinds of knowledges. So they talked about jnana and ajnana. They talked about vidya, avidya. We have to see whether they're identical, vidya, jnana are identical, or there are slight shades in them. So just one thing is that when they talked about the objectives of knowledge, they had a few things. So when we're knowing something, what are the objectives? So one could be that knowledge is that which liberates us. So the knowledge that we're getting today, first and foremost, one has to probably ask, what does knowledge that liberates us really mean? What kind of knowledge? So in that case, they divided knowledge into two. So like I mentioned, you had the Paravidya and the Aparavidya. So Paravidya was that which is liberating in an absolute sense. So what do we mean by an absolute sense? And I will try and do a small experiment with you. All right. So many of you've got your phones in your hand. So I'd like you to just hold your phones up and I'd like you to just look at your phones. So we'll try and do this in an experimental mode because that was one way of acquiring knowledge also in our tradition. So I'd just like you to look at your phone and see what do you see about your phone. So if you don't have a chat or anything on, but what would you see? So you see a phone with certain things on it, right? Now, suppose you wore another lens and you suddenly became a very technical person. You know, maybe there's a problem with the phone or something, and you went to a mechanician or a technical person. When that person looks at the phone, he will not be worried about the appearance of the phone or the software of it. He's interested in the hardware of it. Supposing now you changed your lens and you wore the lens of you wore an infrared lens. What would you see in your hand? Would you see the phone as you see it? You would not see the phone, right? If you had an infrared lens, you would see something completely different. If you now changed your lens and you wore, let's say, an X-ray lens, you would see another level of reality. Supposing now you wore a lens of a quantum physicist. Suddenly you're looking at the world from a quantum perspective. Will you see your phone at all? We do not even see the phone. You don't even see the hand that is holding the phone. You don't see anything. So our forefathers, our ancestors recognized very, very early that what you see depends directly on the lens you're using to see it. And the lens that you're using to see the lens will then determine what you will know about it and how you can know what you know about it. So if you're looking at a lens from a very technical perspective, you will look at it and you will think of electronics and you will think of all of that and you will deal with it in that manner. If you're looking at it from a heat perspective, the need to look at it from a heat perspective will also determine a very different approach in dealing with that object. Because suddenly the whole world, if you're wearing an infrared lens, the whole world is a heat thing. It's no longer a cell phone that you can call on. It acquires a different function altogether. Change it further, and when you have a quantum lens, then you don't even see like I said, you don't see the phone, you don't see anything. So at that level, so maybe just for the experiment of it, I'd like you all to close your eyes and really try and just for a small moment, just for 10 seconds, close your eyes and try to wear a quantum lens and look at yourself, look at the world around you, and try to understand where are you, first of all, and what is your relationship with the world at that level? And what are some maybe verbs that come to your mind when you're at that level of perception? So one thing is that the Indianness of knowledge somewhere seems to lie with the fact that they recognize there were multiple ways of perceiving reality. And when you were looking at the world from a quantum lens and you look at the world from a classical physics lens, the manner or the possibilities that emerge are very different. The way in which you deal with them are very different. And the Western approach of knowledge or the scientific approach of knowledge looks at reality primarily from the level of the sensorial world, and then they try and go deeper into it with finer and finer instrumentation. The Indian knowledge system was or recognized again very early that in order to arrive at the subtler level of knowledge, you don't necessarily need external instruments. Because the more you're dependent on an external instrumentation to acquire knowledge, you will be limited by the possibilities of that external instrumentation. And therefore, they built knowledge on two fronts simultaneously. One kind of knowledge to be acquired was the knowledge of the external world, where you needed technical know-how, and that knowledge of mediated understanding was called Apara Vidya. It also included texts like the Vedas, Upanishads, all of that came to Apara Vidya because you can know about reality. You don't get a direct understanding of reality. On the other side, you had the concept of Para Vidya, which is about refining the instrument of the mind itself, which will perceive anything. So when I'm using an instrument, the knowledge coming to the mind is based through the instrument and through my mental faculty. So if I change the quality of my mental faculty, what I would perceive is something very different. So somehow the education system that we have developed over time has completely literally negated any other way of knowing things. And in the process of letting that go, we have impoverished means of understanding the world around us. And so one of the requirements, I would say, of trying to have a better of probably doing research, a whole new paradigm of research, is to work on the base instrument probably of the mind stuff itself and seeing what new things can emerge therein. And in today's time, there is a lot of research that is happening on these fields. I mean, in India, we are pretty backward in terms of even scientifically examining alternative approaches to knowing ourselves, knowing the world, managing the world around us. So I would think that if we can work on that, that would be great. Just one to close here, it's the fact that one of the objectives here was also the fact of trying to have Brahmajnanis. And this Brahmajnani was the ability of connecting to the subtlest reality of things. Because once that was achieved, then everything else became in perspective and in relationship with that knowledge. So that was one. And the second one was, while that was not achieved, the second level is that of becoming a Viveki. And who was a Viveki? So the objective of knowledge was to make every individual into a Viveki to start with. And who is a Viveki? A Viveki is one who knows what is true and what is untrue. A Viveki is one who knows what is permanent and what is temporary. A Viveki is one who knows what is truly blissful and what is truly not blissful. If these goals were clearly set, then one would invest life in those things which are true, permanent, and genuinely blissful. So if we look at again the directions in which our education is oriented, they all belong to the second categories. So everything that is not so true, that is not very permanent, and which is not truly blissful. So I think if there is a scope to work on that in terms of research and study examination. Thank you. Thank you, Vada, for the
Continue in the next session. So before we go to the next, I want at least few people from the audience to make some suggestion or comments. Very briefly, maybe 2 to 3 sentences. Then we will break for lunch. Then we will reassemble.
You give me 2 minutes for my
post lunch. You don't have a few minutes. I think we will take the audience first. Please. At least I want some of you people to speak.
It will help some of us to discuss it over lunch.
Please.
Sir, you mentioned about Takshashila University in the morning. Is it the right topic to discuss?
Yeah.
Anything?
No, he's telling what type of work we should be doing
Yeah.
on this topic is
That's
what
all,
his
that's all,
suggestion should be.
That's all. From 12th century to 16th century to 18th century, our agriculture flowed a tremendous way. That's what it is told. In the 16th century, there was a university called Lokapavani University in Hampe. The entire Vijayanagar kingdom flourished because of the agrarian progress. So that topic, because of wonderful.
But okay, thank you for this. Yeah, there are so many universities. That's what I mentioned, and the entire Indian knowledge system developed around 2-3 concepts. Agriculture was one of them. The astronomy and mathematics, they flourished because they wanted to predict the rainfall as accurately as possible. That was one of the motivators. All the knowledge systems in India developed out of utilitarian concerns, and the rainfall prediction to enable agriculture was one of the key factors. And it's already well recorded thing that India had a very flourishing agriculture, not just in Vijayanagara, all over the country. Thank you for this comment. Yeah. Anybody else, please?
I have 2 questions. One is, what can one do at an individual level to begin to understand aspects of the knowledge systems? And the second question would be, what can one do to inculcate this interest and motivation amongst the younger generation?
Sure. This will take first. Let's say the 2 valid and very neat questions. We will take up in the next session. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. And thank you. So the only feeling I'm left right now is enlightened, because the way we have been thinking is being very different. The only thing we are actually, when we do as a scholar, what we do is we have been concentrating what we have gotten from the Western culture. So now when we speak about what happened in the 18th century and what is the break and where we lost it, now that only feeling I'm left is enlightened. So going forward, so how can we actually bring this culture into, youth? And the best example is what Sahasrabudhi sir said. We leave our slippers out and we get into the home. But when children ask, like, why are we doing this? We say it has been said to us and we carry it. And I think that has been actually, a motivator in the children or the youth not to follow that. It's just, we're not giving any scientific reason behind that. So I think what can we do to incorporate this, into the youth, into the children, so that they follow it?
It's the same question that Dr. Vibha was asking. I think you two should form a team and we'll create that. Thank you. This is one thing we will discuss in the evening. Yes. After
Can I give one information to
please. Ladies, please.
I think amazing points made by all the panelists. And just in extension with that, is there a need to relook at how the scientific exploration or the research methodology? There are so many ways of pursuit of knowledge, and current Western modern science believes in one way of pursuing that knowledge and very rigid about those instruments or methodologies, whereas our pioneers, our yogic scientists, they primarily worked on themselves first. They meditated, they addressed their consciousness, they addressed their mind, they prepared to really appreciate the nature, appreciate the reality. So there is that aspect of preparation and approaching. So somewhere, as we are trying to bring this to the forefront, even in the university education, higher education, how do we bring back those methods and give that importance to those? Methodology also becomes very important. It's a point I would like to make. Maybe we could discuss further in that.
Anybody else? Please.
So, many times, in fact, several instances are there. Very people who have acclaimed something what they have done. There is a very good statement. Why did I what I did? That means many times that is at the end of it, if you ask some sort of what you call comprehensive understanding of all that what all he did I know. Actually, that student fraternity or the society would like to know. Now, why did I do it? So that is actually Professor Raghunandan gave a talk in IIT Kharagpur. Now, why did I what I did actually? Now I what was telling actually. So what is more important is correct now. Why did is fine actually. Ultimately, that gives you an objective, because everything has to emanate from a source and it should have a destination actually. So the thought process between the source and destination, sometimes no, it is not constant actually. Sometimes it evolves. So what I wanted to do, when I go through it, no, that becomes a subsidiary or a tertiary, but I do something more. But I think what is relevant is actually, apart from that, why I did it, and then how I did it also is very, very important actually. So when you have that what, how and why, actually, if you have some kind of a mix or a conglomeration actually, so that will give you a holistic perspective, because research is not really, yes, we wanted to do, but many times, we may do something more than what we did, or sometimes we do entirely different way than what we originally planned actually. So these deviations or extensions, I think sometimes they add more value to really what we achieved at the end actually. Probably that is one thing probably in the Indian size. I think that's where probably where Indianization may be more there rather than probably elsewhere. And I think the other point what Mr. Bhatt was very important actually, because moment you make a claim, okay, instead of looking at the what is being claimed, they say because you claimed first, no, that will hijack it actually. In fact, that is the reason why I think late Professor Narasimha always used to say that it is when you claim, you think 100 times. But if you are convinced, so don't bother about why you are claiming it. But our decision and our thought process, why I claim, that is there should not be any internal contradiction. That means there should be a substantiation and there should be conviction on our part to say claim actually. Probably that is what a very good saying by Mr. Bhatt. And of course, as far as he is saying actually, again I quote President Obama's town hall meeting in Mumbai. He said, no, there are two types of poverty. Poverty that is, if you only look for material poverty, where day to day, that is bhotika, what he said. So then that will lead to what he calls the poverty of ambition actually. Probably, I think, if you really look at the very great people who have achieved many great things in life, at least in Indian context, they were not rich people actually. This is what Professor Biandas, late Professor Biandas always used to say. Why we were great in the ancient time was, I think the power of money was not there at all in knowledge system actually. You say that great became great not because of any power of money power actually. It was their intellectual power actually. So probably that may be one new dimension. He gave an example, Vidyasagar. Many people will say they are from a poor family, but they achieved. They achieved because of many things. Thank you.
Anybody else? The last one or two last. Okay. I think very well emphasized. While there is a need to communicate truth and about our ancient, the manner of communication is also very important, especially in the Indian context. There's so much emotion, passion attached with it. It creates that resistance. I think very well aptly said by Dr. But also in the process of how do we communicate. Maybe these are some of the nitty-gritty that we have to work around, while we all believe in what the knowledge is, but how do we put it across? Anybody else?
Just one more point.
Please.
After the 18th century, like this, the chain broke. So what can we do? This chain is not broken once we start.
That is what the whole purpose of this is.
Just two informations. One, in my speech, I focused on why and how part of Indian knowledge system, not what. So that is one. Second information I would like to give is that Education Ministry's IKS division has several verticals like environment, science, physics, chemistry, social science, arts, philosophy. Take any branch of modern stream of knowledge. You have content, related content in our Indian knowledge systems. Take any branch of knowledge. So either in the form of texts or in the form of references available in different texts. So what I would like to request you is, you should think of either taking up some project either individually or departmentally or collectively by the institution for that particular subject, either for furthering the research or for contributing to the education system in the whole country, or a part of that teacher training and like that distant. So text-based research, topic-based research, need-based research. So just food for thought. My request is to think on that.
I will continue before we break for lunch on the lines of what Shastriji has said. I'm already seeing many people in this Ramaya University interested. Mr. Krishnamurthy, Dr. Manasa, I saw her, she has done something in management, and Dr. Vibha is interested. So some people are already interested. Is there anybody else in the audience from Ramaya who are interested or doing already some work or thinking in this Indian knowledge system process? Can you please raise your hands if you don't mind? Excellent. There are some 7, 8 or more than 10 people. Yeah.
Just one more sentence.
We will have lunch.
No, before that, because they have to think. You say, if you need any support from Sanskrit side, that also you should let us know. We will try to connect you with the Sanskrit universities or Sanskrit scholars. From my side, I.
Great. It was very good. I am very happy to see at least 10 people interested in this. Sir, your seminar is successful. Congratulations. so very nice. So we will have lunch and we will come back quickly. I don't know what time you want to make, sir. 45 minutes. 45. So we will reassemble, have about 45 minutes, 1 hour discussion. And 3:15.
So we pay for lunch for the participants. The lunch is arranged outside the seminar hall, and the guests, the lunch is arranged in the boardroom. So we break for lunch.
We'll assemble at 3:15. 3:15.
We get back at
Working
Sir, if you don't mind,
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ರೀಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡುವವರಿಗೆ ಅಥವಾ ಸಂಕೋಚ ಏನಾದರೂ ಇದ್ದವರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವಕಾಶ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ.
ಟೈಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಊಟ ತಡ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾ ಕೂತ್ರೆ ಊಟ ತಡ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
Lunch test.
So, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬ್ರಂಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರೋಣ.
ಏನು ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಲ್ಲ, ಬುಕ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಒಂದು ಮೊಮೆಂಟೋ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ.
ಬುಕ್ ಮೊಮೆಂಟೋ ಪೆನ್.
ಪೆನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ.
ಇದು ಕೊಡಿ ಏನು?
ಕೊಡೋದಾ?
ಆಯ್ತು, ಬೇಡ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬೇಡ. ಇವಾಗ ನಾನು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಜೈನಮ್ಮ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಎಲ್ಲಾರ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಅದು ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲಾನ್
would want to request our guest to have a seat on the dais.
Sir.
We'll go back to the same seat, sir.
I would request Dr. Shyamsundar sir to moderate.
Thank you. I thought it was only the students who sit in the back benches. Even the faculty are preferring back benches. Please come forward. Yeah, I request Dr. Sai Baba to initiate the discussion. We couldn't have the opportunity to hear. What we do is we will have the remarks from Professor Sai Baba. Then I want the audience to, some people said they are interested. I want all the people in the audience who are interested to say few words, just 2-3 sentences, what you want to do or what is your wish. And with that, then we will ask the panelists to give another 3-4 minutes of concluding remarks. This is what we propose to do.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, you made me to stay back for this after lunch session. I think in the morning when I was giving my vote of thanks, I briefly mentioned about my interest on this topic. I think what we're discussing now is that how do we take our interest to the next stage, that is in terms of doing some research with outcomes. That is something we see. Interest is good, excitement is good. Our ancestors did great things, it's very nice. I think very impactful question Mr. Bhatt asked us. What we do today, how much of it is Indian? That is very impactful statement he made. I think we need to think about all these things. So what I thought was that one is we don't have to have doubts that our ancestors had a lot of knowledge. I think we will no more have doubts on it. No more try to prove to people that our ancestors had a lot of knowledge. So that will be one way of it. I think we need to change the way the narrative about ancient knowledge systems is done. That is what is one of the ways in the research we need to do. What can we learn from that in the current context? Is that what would be our interest now? I think, for example, we are reading something about the evolution of science recently when I was writing a blog. Arabic, Indian, and Chinese were doing very well in science when you go back. But I think a chart was shown and how it is reduced, and maybe Chinese are picking up now. I think that is where we need to concentrate on. I think we have some books, we have documentaries about Indian science, but I think we need to pay attention to that little more and see, can we have detailed commentaries on how Indian science has evolved, or evolved and stopped at some stage, and why it is stopped also. We need to, it can be a research area. We're so much proud about astronomy. I'm sure that Sri started by telling that the Jupiter goes 12 years, and that's reason why. These are all nice interpretations. I think we've done wonderful in astronomy. But I think we need to look at our great temples we have in India. We enjoy those temples for their architecture, for the way, the massive structures that we have. A lot of civil engineering is going on there, a lot of materials engineering there. I think we need to study what went into making these temples. What is the science and technology of making these temples? Can we trace back them and say, this was the knowledge based on which these temples were built? I'm sure there are a lot of geometry was there, a lot of materials, a lot of construction management, we can call it. Those of you who visited Bhubaneswar temple, here you get masked by the magnitude of those structures. I lived for long years near Mahabalipuram. Just go there, you would see those, so much of intricate structures were there. The school of architecture was there. I think we need to trace back. What I was proposing is that let us study and have a document about science and technology of these things. Is what of course, iron pillar is a challenge to understand why it is not corroding for a long, long time. Why is the Tipu Sultan's sword is still so effective? Though it's Tipu Sultan, some of the people may not like the Tipu part of it, but the sword part of it should be good part of it. Okay. What went into the materials making in those times? What happened to the metallurgical greatness of our ancestors? These sounds of pillars in Hampi. Or I was just telling to Mr. Bhatt that in Kanchipuram, and I don't know whether some of you visited Varadaraja temple. The Kanchipuram is the Shiva shrine, but there's one Vishnu temple is there called Varadaraj temple. There's a mandap. A lot of music pillars are there. It's less known to a lot of people. Because I lived near to Kanchipuram for 38 years, I visited that place. I think what is important is one is cherishing it and enjoying it. But understanding is what we need to see. What went into this and why is it not really made today? I think this is something which we need to. Some of these things can be studied. I think so. What I'm saying, our study should be to document these things, understand science and technology of these things. Then we can really cherish those things much more than just telling them. I think these can be some of the domains which already work is being done. A lot of work is done on iron pillar. In fact, in Kalpakam, where I stayed, worked for long years, our center took initiative. The Hampi pillars, or even Ajanta, when you go to Ajanta, how is this paintings are there? What type of painting they use? All these things are science and technology, which you talk about. I think we need to concentrate on such things if you really want to bring the current science and technology and the ancient Indian animal system. So this is for the technology part. From morning onwards, we've been mentioning about how do you make people learn? Of course, we are in a university, seat of learning. How is it that we apply the learning in the ancient system? A lot of very good. In fact, today the teacher to student ratio comes out from that understanding that part. I think we need to document our Indian education system in the ancient times and then see how much of it can be brought back to current NEP or whatever. It's like a reinventing that part. How did the people made people learn? I think Professor Kadambi mentioned all great people were not rich, but they were great because of their knowledge. But then what made them to acquire that knowledge? I think this is something which we need to study. Of course, the topic which I'm very passionate about is about the health systems. I mentioned in the morning, I think we are now talking in terms of individual-based diagnostics and treatment. The type of medicines you want to give it to them, how you can do it. They are now telling no more generic, system-dependent performance will be there. It's another area which we could put. I think maybe the last topic I'll talk very briefly, but I'll stop after this is that in spite of all the greatness of our ancestors, all the greatness, the progress we are making in the current times and science and technology, the challenge is how much happiness you are with. Please, she did an experiment, Anuradha did an experiment, I will do an experiment. Close your eyes and say how much of your happy moments you get in your mind, how much worries you get in your mind. And if you're getting worries, why are you getting those worries? The question which I'm asking is that, okay, you're elderly, probably your worries are of different name, but I'm more worried about the youth and the school children. How are we allowing them to grow? How are we preparing them for real world situations? This is where our ancient knowledge systems can be very handy. If you can prepare a gist of how it was done in the past, can be implemented to the current system. It can, now you see yoga is accepted by everyone, right? Yoga means you take a mat, go there and do some practice. Typically elders will do. Many times all these wisdoms are for elders. He's already it's getting over in another minute. Give me a minute. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that one of the research area we should do is that study what has been available in our Indian knowledge system, be it yoga, be it meditation, whatever it is, can we synthesize that is applicable to school children and youth so that they can be prepared to take the real world situations. And that is a topic of research which I'm pursuing it, and I think that's worth pursuing it, so that will be the real impact to the society. So we want the children to grow with confidence and enabled to tackle the disappointments. And that's what I think is the research which I don't want another bell to ring. I think you will give me another time sometime. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Now I request all the members of the faculty and from the audience to give their opinion of what they want to do and what is their interest. Let's not talk of generalia anymore. Let's come to specifics of what we want to do so that the university can take up the issue. So the floor is now open. Many of you raised your hands, so please, sir.
I am Raghavendra Kulkarni. I am the director of academics in this wonderful university. Personally, I have been a passionate student of Indian classical music, the Hindustani classical music. At the same time, I'm a PhD in computational intelligence. Now, one of my pipe dreams, one of the items in my bucket list is to somehow bring about a confluence of these two. Probably algorithms that recognize music or even compose music. Those are the type of things I am kind of dreaming. I don't know how much I'll be able to achieve it in a short career that I have in front of me, but that's one of the things that could be possible.
Great, very good. Thank you for this. Maybe Shankar, somebody can we make a note of these so that he will not be left out. You can follow up with Kulkarni after some time. Yeah, please, next, please. I'm Deepak, please.
I'm from pharmacy stream. So I do teach a lot of psychotherapy. So at a point of time, I felt when I am telling about each and every psychotherapeutic drugs, I know we are actually impacting the health conditions. So can we bring about some ethics into it? Not really we need psychotherapy for the counseling sessions with over. But nowadays the counseling sessions are from West. So that we follow. So CBT and other things. Can we take few ethics and say how to have your emotional intelligence when a situation was happening? Show the protagonist in Ramayana or Mahabharata, how they handle it. So those things if we can incorporate, even for us to have a stress management. So I think we can do research on this with psychiatric patients. So I'm interested.
Great. I will connect you to Dr. Anuradha Chaudhary, who is actually working on that. She has conducted classes of yoga and yoga therapy based in all over Europe. So please connect with her, but that's a very good point of relevance. Next, please.
I'm Deepak, I'm from the mathematics department. So I would definitely be interested to look into this Vedic mathematics. I do know that a lot of things have been already validated, but in the morning, as you mentioned, that the finite difference schemes, they are also being depicted in the ancient scriptures. So that is something that we can, I would be interested to study. And maybe even start an open elective in Vedic mathematics for our students.
Sorry, I missed your name, sir. Deepak
from the mathematics.
Very nice. I don't know if Professor M.D. Srinivas is online, but he is an expert on mathematics. He has written a lot of work on mathematics, and I think Professor Ram Subramaniam people mentioned in the morning. So I will connect to both of them. You can pursue that. There is a lot of scope. As Professor MDS was mentioning, there are several thousands of manuscripts untouched. So there is a lot of work to be done. One small bit of thing I want to add is Vedic mathematics is only one, whatever is known as Vedic mathematics by Swami Krishnananda Bharati. That's only a small part of the Indian mathematics. So there is much more than that. So there is a lot of work to be done. Very great.
After the meeting, you contact me. I will give you two names who have been working in ancient Indian mathematics. One maths side man, another from Sanskrit side.
Yeah.
You three together you can.
And there is some effort on introducing these Indian mathematics in the school. There is effort. I will connect to those people also. Contact me sometime. Please. Next. Yeah, please.
My area is wireless communication, computer networks, and I'm also into data science and engineering. So we do data processing and data mining. And I understand there are many manuscripts. I was just talking to Shastri sir before this all started, and would like to contribute in that field regarding the ancient manuscripts, and we can help with data processing and data mining, use our knowledge and work in that area.
Great, thank you.
What I suggested her was that she can start data mining the available data on ancient Indian IKS in the public domain and collect for the institution and for public.
Sure. So I was also requesting servers in the pre-learn sessions. I was saying that in the website there are a lot of verticals
which are there. So if you could just, take us on a tour of the website, so that we can know that what are the verticals, and we can also think like how we can
Just give
contribute,
the
that will help.
link. Just to take down the link, iksindia.org.
Okay, sir. We'll go.
Everybody can take the link. iksindia.org.
Okay.
That is the official website of IKS division of Government of India.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
And there is one Professor Gopinath in IISc in computing. He has a significant knowledge of Indian mathematics and also application in computing. So you should get connected. I will help you with that. Okay. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Professor Madhavan from the Faculty of Pharmacy. Morning, there was a very interesting discussion. One field where IKS really can focus is the field of medicine. Now, Prime Minister has made a Mahanama declaration. 9 teams have been formed. The Ayurvedic system they want to merge it. Now, one field, for example, Ayurvedic drugs, pediatrics. If you take, the child is supposed to take in the Indian system at least thrice a day, thrice a week rather, oil bath and other things. But if you go to allopathic system, the doctors tell the moment if you take oil bath, you stop. Nowadays, all the mothers have stopped giving oil bath because they tell it causes bleeding. It's high time to integrate, like the Chinese morning he had told, Chinese system, they have made it as a mandatory subject. Every year, the Chinese traditional system of medicine has been taught to them, so they get balanced. So with Indian Medical Council, if the government can act, that Indian system of medicine also should be included as one of the subjects. It will be.
Sir, the question of medicine and Indian medicine, etc., is correct. The question is, what is that you want to do, or what is that you can do?
Yeah, yes, sir. In that first step they have taken now medicines, Banaras Hindu University as well as Gujarat University, they have introduced a B.Pharm course in Ayurveda. They are 4 years what you study allopathic medicine. Similarly, such courses are introduced parallelly with the medical system. A lot of improvement can be made. It will be very useful.
So you want to start the course?
Yeah, in fact, we have proposed now to Rajiv Gandhi University of National Panel. We are suggesting a B.Pharm course in Ayurveda, 4-year integrated course. 25th, the content is going to be placed with them. They have taken it seriously. They, in principle, they have accepted because we are given the same curriculum like Belarus in the university. There we have proposed having an interaction with Indian Medical Council and Pharmacy Council as well as Government of India to take a applied sciences take the initiative forward.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Myself, Dr. Karthikeya. My background is from signal image processing. I was wondering whether this recent computing techniques like machine learning or deep learning techniques, with that I can pursue anything on IKS.
There is.
Good afternoon, sir. Niranjana Prabhu from Chemistry Department. We would like to take 2 works. One on from department process validation from Sanskrit verses which are mentioned in Rasatnakara, and maybe the work from Acharya Nagarjuna and Vagbata we would like to focus. Second part, personally, I can contribute preparing reference materials in Kannada.
Great. Nice.
Dr. Leelavati from AHS. I want to.
For ignorant people like that, what is AHS?
Allied Health Sciences, sir.
There is a faculty.
I want to focus on maternal health. We know food and health is related, and post-delivery, all our elders, they say we should not take some of vegetables, some restrictions are there in the food, and I want to know whether that is anyway related. I want to research on that, and in different parts of the country there is different traditions where there are different ways of restrictions of food. Is it related to the environment, that local environmental conditions, or I don't know. I have to go in depth into it.
Great. Thank you.
This related information, just recently this Women and Child Development Ministry, Government of India has started documenting food habits and food customs, food traditions, local food traditions of the whole country. Some you may try to what the data available there.
Anybody? Sir, anybody else has spoken already? Yeah.
It's a question this time. Please. I just wanted to understand, from IIT Kharagpur has been active on this space for a long time. How did they start? In what format? What infrastructure? Maybe some light on that will probably help us.
I can just speak, okay. So, I'll stand. So at IIT Kharagpur, we had housed the Sandhi project, the science and technology, the science and Sandhi, science and networking design heritage interface. It was something on those lines. And so they had done a host of studies related to heritage, technology, documentation, research, etc. And so that happened for the last 5 years or so. But that was a whole government initiative that has come about. It's since 4 years that I was there, we had invited Professor Ramasubramaniam, Professor Michel Danino, and one Dr. Clemency Montel from New Zealand. They've been working on history of science and technology. So they had come to do a workshop. And the workshop received a lot of interest from the students. We had more than 100 participants for the weekend, in a very busy weekend. So then the former director, Professor Parthapratim Chakraborty, he was very interested in trying to see if we can actually establish a course on those lines. So we designed a course. So I was part of that course designing, and then we proposed it as an elective. So and that's a very successful elective. And so what we did with the program is that we identified faculty from across departments who were interested, who were inclined towards Indian knowledge systems. So they were talking to the students about the contributions of the Indian tradition, the present, the contemporary developments in that particular domain, as well as the possibilities for the future. So we have, for example, one professor from we have a School of Medical Science and Technology, SMST, one Professor Jyotirmoy Chatterjee. So he talks to the students about a topic called Ayurgenomics, which is falling back on genetics, Ayurveda, and then trying to bring that into modern study, because that's a whole area, new area of development today, Ayurgenomics. So similarly, we've got different faculty members from different departments. We've got faculty from metallurgy who are talking to them about the wood steel, all of those particular, the ways of forging steel. These are not my forte, so I'm a bit fumbling on words, but so they're forging those steel. And then they talk to them about how in Tata, he also worked at the Tata steel factory, steel plant in the R&D section. So Professor Omkar Mohanty. So they're talking about how we find that in Konark, the beams that are there are of very different kind. And so the need for research, they propose all of that. And so we got on the civil engineering department, we had Professor Sriman Bhattacharya. So like this, so in chemistry, we have one Professor Chattaraj, who's very keen on working on Hindu Rasayana Shastra. So if you'd like, you could even reach out maybe to a professor and see what can be done there. So in this manner, we identified, in fact, the former director, he identified people in different departments who could contribute meaningfully to bringing a course together. And that course has been running successfully now for the past 3-4 years. So we've had over some 2,000-3,000 students who every semester we have about 60 who go through it. And they're very enthusiastic, and it's picking up. So the assignments that they're given are things like, what can you do in your field? How can you contribute? So that starts generating an interest in them to see if they were given a responsibility, what would they do? etc. So I take the mind and language sciences. So I talk to them about Sanskrit, and since we've been talking about it, Sanskrit being the source, so I'm very tempted to say one quick. Can I just say one quick thing about here? So with Sanskrit, for example, what Sir was also mentioning is that you have some things in the language itself which allow students to, which allow them to see reality very differently. So for example, in the Sanskrit language, and thereby in all Indian languages, we do not have the verb to have. This is like an absolute eureka in language. That to conceive of a language that has not conceived of the need to have the verb have, which is such a fundamental verb. The only auxiliary verb that we have is to be. So you would say, like, if I say with the mic, I have the mic versus the mic is with me. It's a very different word. It's a very different mind that is conceiving reality. And so the focus of the Indian tradition, the civilizational focus of the Indian tradition was not about how much you have, but who do you become in the process of how much you have, if at all. It's not divorced from having. And then psychologically, when what ma'am was asking there with the psychotherapy, a very helpful thing in this is that, so when you're talking about yourself, very often we identify so much with the problems that we are unable to find a solution output because we are inside the hole. So just again using this have and being, so if you say, do you have a body? So just asking this question, who am I? Koham, which is like the central question of all of Indian thought. So you ask the question, who am I? So if you say, do you have, so I have relationships or are you your relationships? You boil it down, you say, do you have a body or are you your body? Immediately you'll see that I have a body, because then the question, which body, etc., etc. There's a whole philosophical argument around that. So then you say, okay, if you have a body, then how do you relate to this body? To what extent do you relate to it? Do you have emotions or are you your emotions? The moment you say, I have my emotions, then the question of, then you can control emotions. You can choose which emotion you want to have and which emotion you don't want to have. So just linguistically, you are able to establish a very concrete reality. And similarly, do you have thoughts or are you your thoughts? But the same process of argumentation, and therefore the question, who the hell am I at the end of it? So then you can substantiate with other neuroscientific people who are talking about these topics. And then that helps students to recognize that there is much more happening in these realizations that were the foundations of our knowledge systems that were there.
Thank you.
I have one more thing to say, but I'll tell afterwards.
You have not one but several things to say. The subject is so vast and your knowledge is so vast. So I request Sri Somakrishna Shastri and then Bhatt to give their concluding remarks. I request you to take just about 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes. My alarm is getting on.
Let us think what kind of agenda of action we should generate. Number one, generate topics for study and research. This is a job on the so-called experts, the teaching community, the research guides, and even the ordinary people who are interested in the subject to suggest ideas on what should be researched upon. I have come across an interesting argument by many people telling that it is academic freedom. The researcher should identify his own topic. How can you impose or dictate research in this country? How can you link research grants with the research proposal? This kind of an idle debate, if you come across, you have to drop it, because research worldwide, at least a large part of it, is funded specifically in certain areas. It is not affecting research freedom. It only diverts or focuses research into certain areas. Therefore, a list of subjects which are recommended by universities and faculties on which students can do research is very stimulating. They don't have to pick up any topic out of your suggested list. Why do we have this feeling that we are restricting his freedom of choice? He can create his own topics based on what you have suggested and proposed. Number two, collect relevant books and materials from abroad where certain intellectual resources are still there. Some of us know where it is. We are not able to lay our hands on them, even if we have seen it, or we are not able to obtain copies. Through different sources, we must try to get these books, materials, and copies. Number three, people have to be encouraged to work and to work together. What is the significance of enjoyment of learning? It's a cultivated habit. How do you like, or how do we enjoy intellectual jokes? Intellectual jokes is not the substance for every man's mind. But then once you are into that, the enjoyment which you get out of it is enormous. Similarly, when you start enjoying science, enjoying this kind of learning, and the feeling that your curiosity has been satisfied, that is an enjoyment. We have to learn that kind of enjoyment, and for that, if the subjects are very complex or difficult, we have to work together. Number four, projects and proposals for any research system or practices require financial support, and the private universities, I hope, will be able to generate such resources from the corporate sector. Others are not able to tap that sector. But just because private sector universities have got a freedom to operate and have a more dynamic approach to interact with the society without the fear of criticism in the syndicate or the senate of the university, they are better placed to solicit corporate financial support. One should look into that. There is something called knowledge mining. A few years back, the Aurobindo Ashram in Pondicherry published a few articles on this topic of knowledge mining based on the expression data mining. One Sri Lankan scholar, Sushanta Gunatilake, has written a wonderful book about 15 years back, Mining for Knowledge, suggesting a large number of topics which have to be researched upon because they are the topics enlisted by a researcher as relevant issues for the society to do research upon. That's a source of ideas. That is one book which we should get hold of. Knowledge Mining by Sushanta Gunatilake. Today, YouTube and the digital space is a very important source of dissemination as well as learning. So those who have got the technological ability as well as the inclination to post these things in the YouTube must be enabled and encouraged to post that. And when organizations like yours are conducting a seminar like this as on today, it is becoming a kind of a record available for researchers as well as the students, as well as the common people. YouTube is not limited to researchers alone. All kinds of people jump into the internet for the purpose of studies or even casual reading. And therefore, we have got enormous potential to place these Indian materials in the internet. A related issue is about the manuscripts mission as well as the rare books which you may have. Place them in the internet, place them in the Bharatavani portal. Bharatavani portal is a portal which is freely available for researchers and students to place all Indian knowledge in whatever language. Irrespective of the language, the matter can be hosted through the Central Institute of Indian languages in Mysore. There is also a textbook mission. Somebody referred to the art of writing textbooks. It is really an art. The kind of textbooks which are have to reach up to that level in preparation of these textbooks. So the textbook mission, which is there with the ministry, it needs to be supported very actively by the teaching community. The kind of work which goes on today, it takes almost 3 years for a degree level textbook to be brought out under that. You can imagine. It is also suggested that every scientific department must bring out at least one publication of high standard as a reference book or a textbook. Unless there is a demand, this is not going to be fulfilled by any one of our scientific departments. Having worked with the scientific departments for a reasonably long time, I have found the reticence as well as the unwillingness to get into this area. They can spend money in some other ways for the so-called popularization of science, but they don't fill these essential needs or gaps which can be filled only by them by generating the textbooks as well as the reference books. People say that a tremendous compilation book was done many years back by certain scientists about science and technology in China. I have forgotten the name of that scientist. He also became a Nobel laureate. More than 20 volumes of science in the Chinese society were brought out. Can we think of an attempt of this kind? Is something which we should collectively think and do something in particular. Two points which I intended to tell in the pre-lunch session are important to be brought out. Number one, as I mentioned, the need to work together is not merely between the guide and the student or between different disciplines, but also between people who are knowledgeable outside the four walls of the institution. Many of these areas cannot be investigated single-handedly, either by the scholars of Sanskrit or by the people who have specialized in that branch of modern science. There has to be mutual respect, mutual questioning, and understanding of each other's point of view. Superficially, you may agree that it is such an important and an agreeable thing, but it doesn't work out. Many people back out right from the beginning when it is told with a plea, that is not my domain area. The very first requirement in this area is to come out of that feeling and to develop a spirit of working together and breaking across the domain area concepts. Why can't anybody do investigation and research into areas in which he does not have a PhD or formal qualifications? When initiatives take place of that kind, institutions play an important role. Sometimes we are not able to appreciate that. The French Institute in Pondicherry works under the Department of Culture of the Government of France, and even now finances Indian Pandits in Sanskrit and Tamil to translate books which have not yet been translated. It is published and it is digitally uplinked also by the Ministry of Culture under the Government of France. The kind of extended work which can be done between institutions have to be thought upon in this manner. And today, because of the internet and the availability of digital space, it is much easier to do it than in the past. So these are the few action point agenda which I wanted to suggest for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. They were very practical, very down to earth and implementable sessions. Thanks for all the leads that you have given to take up various projects. We have two eminent people in the audience. I request them to make a brief presentation, talk about that. Swami Veda Tattvananda. Tattvanandaji, please can come over here. Swamiji has a background of mechanical engineering, and then he was a monk in the Ramakrishna Math order, and now he is in Bangalore.
Expert in Vyakarana, Samskrita Vyakarana in particular, and Vedanta also.
Sri Guru Bhyo Namaha. First of all, I would like to thank Kushma Shastriji for calling me here and bringing this far and opening this opportunity of knowing so many facets of things. I have two stories to tell you. Maybe the entire perspective may get changed. Please don't get angry. I'm sorry. We come from different background because after college learning, we are in a different area of thought process. We are not spending days in communities. We independently think and try to practice few things. So naturally, our thought process is quite different from yours. Now you see, there is a mountain. First story, there is a mountain. There is some treasure on the top of mountain. That mountain is very big mountain. There are ravines, cliffs, treacherous path, dead ends. There are many people, many societies, many armies, those who want to have that particular treasure. Now, they all try to have that from different areas, different approach roads. Then they come across each others, they fight. They know their enemies, sometimes they do not know even. So they invent many techniques to win over others. Also, they need another technique to reach to the goal because of the nature of the path. While doing so, they invent many methods. Now, once somebody had achieved that, whether achieved or not, a different case. But they left behind so much of material, of fighting and climbing. And now we are sitting here, forgetting the treasure, looking after or coming across the material left behind, they invented for climbing and fighting. So, if we do not pay attention to the treasure on the mountain, our entire approach is so to say fruitless. In one word, I will say nonsense. I'm sorry, because that is how it is. From the entire discussion, the thing is missing. That is the treasure on the mountain. Second story I would like to tell you. There was a beautiful story, a beautiful tree, luminous tree, fragrant tree. It came, it bloomed, it gave its light and fragrance. And for centuries or millions to get, it gave that particular thing. Later on it dried. We do not know why. There was some title, the beautiful tree or the beautiful tree. And then now we are here. We do not know why that tree grew. But we only know, yes, there was fragrance, there was light, there was this and that. We are researching on some leaves and some fruits and some flowers and all such things. But why that tree grew is left behind. That's why the entire approach towards researching those fruits and leaves and everything is in a way useless. I tell you one real life example. These were two hypothetical real life examples. Suppose we take example of Santa Tukaram. He left behind Tukaram Gatha, a very big book, so to say. So much of poetry, so much for the poets to research. Many things about food habits, various views of poets, many things are there. Now we have research titles, similes used by Tukarama, parts of speech of Tukarama, language, chanda used by Tukarama. But nobody studies what made Tukarama. If what made Tukarama is caught hold of, we will have Tukarama again. So what I want to see here is, if we catch hold of the treasure on the mountain, or the real theme behind why that tree grew, or what made Tukarama, we will have the entire thing which is left behind by our ancestors again. Even if we do not research that thing, we can have those truths with us. Even one person can invent the whole thing, the entire Ayurveda or the entire Jyotisha or whatever you say, that can be brought back by one person whose mind is purified. Please note the words, whose mind is purified. In Gita, Bhagavan says, this is 7th chapter, he has said, why people are confused, why there is no clarity, because there is Dvandva Moha. Because there is Dvandva Moha. Dvandva is the pair of opposites, hot and cold, physical level, mental level, insult and praise, etc. And by that we get entangled in the world. And due to that, our focus is missed. Due to that, we act and we commit sins. And once that is committed, we again come across the Dvandva, in the Moha, and mind gets polluted. Once that is there, we do not have proper research. No light dawns. Because the modern science ways of research are by experimentation, etc. Ancient ways were by meditation. Do you think that Charaka or Vagbhata or everybody, they tried all the combinations of Ayurvedic medicines on some thousands of patients and then documented? No, no way. That's not possible also. But they got the knowledge, and that is possible. That is possible if we concentrate on the method by which they came to that knowledge. So we are trying to research on the elements left behind by our ancestors, but we can come to the position where they came if we follow the process of knowledge, methods of knowledge. Instead of researching on what is left behind, we can concentrate on why they came there. We will have better results, even marvelous results. Swami Vivekananda said that if there were rishis in ancient times, you can be even greater rishis. Why not? That is his question. So that way, that these things are possible. So the main point I want to make here is, I have no, what you say, I have some topics, so to say, about what research topics can be taken up, but actual focus, what I feel is this: if you miss the treasure on the mountain, the entire thing is all in a way much shaky. So that is very important. Now, Jammu Krishna Shastriji told me about some research topics. I will just mention one or two. Swami Vivekananda said, entire European languages are nothing but jargonized Sanskrit. Those who are from language area, or if you know, there is one PIE dictionary. What they thought, yes, most of the words when traced, they end up in Sanskrit. But they don't want to accept that. So they constructed a theory, traced the words not to Sanskrit, but Sanskrit also to one common source, hypothetical source, that is, then they constructed a PIE dictionary, from where the Sanskrit words also came and the European words also came. And once they are asked, that language existed in any region at any point of time? Never. So who used those words? Where was that PIE language? It was never used. So they just don't want to trace it to Sanskrit. So they trace Sanskrit also to some hypothetical source. But the thing is, every European language is nothing but a jargonized Sanskrit that is said by Swami Vivekananda. So naturally, research can be done in that way. So Swami Vivekananda had highlighted quite a few points, but now I want to go into the details. But I request all of you to pay some attention to the treasure on the mountain. We will have everything back intact. Otherwise, every research we beat our chest of our achievements of our ancestors are of not much use. This is sort of negative tone maybe. We were in a line of in the various windows. I all of a sudden opened another window and please come and shift and stand in this particular window sort of. But this is how the thing is. We will have everything again if our minds are tuned to the source of knowledge. And one person can have everything. One example, if you come across Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, he did not study any Ayurveda, he did not study any Jyotish Shastra, he did not study any Yoga Shastra or any such book formally as such. But when people from all walks of life came to him, he had in-depth knowledge of that thing. He could see in and through of every being how far the Kundalini of a person has risen, what are his previous samskaras, in which birth this person is going to get liberated, what bhogas he is going to come across, what rogas he is going to come across, etc., etc. All the things were very clear to him, as he has said, as if he is seeing through a glass. So much clarity he got, but without following any of our schools, any of our universities, any of our system. That is possible. If we reinstate that, we will have our Bharat Vishwaguru once again. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. Namaste.
Sri Umesh Chandra has been on the audience for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. It's so wonderful. Just continuing on that. Most of you, I think, are maybe cricket fans like me. I have found an exception, Dr. Shyam Sundar. Not a cricket fan. He's the only one I have found in the entire country. See, there is a guy called Australian guy who recently retired, Shane Watson. So one of the things he said is, if I was introduced to yoga about 20 years back, I could have extended my journey a lot longer. If you knew, Shane Watson had to retire from Test cricket so that he could play in limited overs cricket to preserve his body. So, coming back to this, what is this yoga? And yoga is, one of the things he learned is how to be with himself. How do I connect my body, thought, and action? It's as simple as that. So one of the first questions that comes to me whenever people talk about Indian knowledge system, why do I have to bother about something which stopped growing about 200, 300 years back? Now, coming back to this, there is a theory. Anything that survives long will survive forever. So one of the beauty that we have in the country is the system. Our culture is probably the longest living culture in the entire history. So which tells me that if something has survived so long, it is likely that it survived longer. This is true in nature also. This is something which actually, it occurred to me when I was visiting Tattekad, where it's a bird sanctuary. Did you ever realize birds are the longest living creatures which have not changed much? Because they actually were able to sustain their style for the longest. All other animals, all other creatures had to change themselves to survive. So,
I'm a theoretician, though I was an executive, because of which I had to be practical. I actually had a question about each and every word here. What is a system? What is knowledge? What is this study? Contemporary relevance to rewards. If you look at the system, if one question all of you have to ask is, what is the system? What is the system? I saw a board. I thought there is an answer there. System is very simple. There is an input and there is an output, and you do something. Some transformation happens, and whatever that transformation area is where we can work on. And Indian knowledge system, whatever we have, actually can give you just understanding transformation system, the way our country has conceived, can give you answer for working on any system. Actually, that is what Swamiji talked about. Almost anybody can work on anything simply because there is a system. That is what is the yoga system of 8-step process. I think I'm not going to get in there. So essentially, yoga, that Ashtanga yoga is a way of implementation. Then likewise, there are several formulas. If you have to do this, some of you here, they're all computer science guys. How big is your manual for Microsoft Word? Have any of you seen Microsoft Word manuals? 2,000 pages. Okay. So do you think anybody will read? That similar manual is in an Indian system is typically 2 sentences. That's it. You keep on applying the 2 sentences again and again, so that I do not have to carry that 2,000-page book. So people keep on saying we have lost knowledge. No, we have lost knowing what to do with whatever is already there. And we have not lost anything. For knowing that, try to arrange an Indian marriage outside of India. One of the most complex project management exercises you can ever come across. About 2,000 vendors participate in it. You won't even get to know. Have you ever seen any, Mangalya Dharana happen 2 minutes late? I have never seen. Amazing amount of precision. So these are all in practice. Because everything is in practice, nobody will go back to a lesser system. That is one of the reasons why our culture still continues the way it is. Now, there is a higher philosophical systems, and that is, unfortunately, it can't be taught. You're all academicians, and if you do not appreciate, you can teach procedures. You can guide questions. It is impossible for you to make somebody else appreciate a concept. Concept has to be experienced. So that is the challenge, and because of that, each person's experience are different. Some of the concepts would, abstract concept appear to have got lost, but have they lost? No, it is not. We have lost respect for theory. That is the challenge we are facing today. Nobody wants to know theory. Why do you want to talk about theory? If you have seen me, if you see me being quiet all the time, it is because I have the tendency to talk theory. Nobody is interested. But I have also worked on creating practices, the world's fastest product development time. Nobody has beaten it yet. 9 months, 5 pumps to the market. The world benchmark was 18 months. So it is eminently possible for us if we work. That is what is creation of the flow. Today, people, I think most of you must have heard about a system called lean management, right? That is about flow. The entire yoga system is based on flow. If you fix the flow, everything, you actually go faster than you can imagine. So my two cents on it. Thanks for the opportunity. And any question, you please feel free to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think Dr. Anuradha missed to make her concluding remarks, so we have the last minute to conclude her part of the speech.
I just wanted to add here that two of the greatest minds of the civilization, Swami Vivekananda and Sri Aurobindo, had their own take on what education should be all about. And one of the first principles that Sri Aurobindo talked about education, he says, nothing can be taught. So while we're thinking of study and research in education, how do we make sense of this one sentence that says nothing can be taught? And Swami Vivekananda also says that all perfection lies in us. So how do we get that perfection? So how do we teach people that they can unlearn what is not necessary to help them know the world in a better way? I think that is one important thing. And what Shastriji was also saying earlier on, that critical thinking, texts like Nyaya, how they can help support our critical thinking faculties. Just yesterday, I reviewed a paper, in fact, that is coming out in the Asian Journal of Education on research that was conducted to show how students who have studied Nyaya perform much better in not just their academics, because they taught the foundational art of, analytical thinking and decision making, and therefore relating in every other way in life also. So this was a very interesting thing that I just got that paper yesterday to review, and the research is quite conclusive on those points. So the last offer that I have is that at IIT Kharagpur, we've just set up the Center of Excellence for this Indian Knowledge Systems that the Minister himself, the Honorable Minister, had announced, and then we've just set it up. It's being headed by Professor Joyce Sen, who's from the Architecture Department, and he was also heading the Sandhi project. So if there's any work that we can do in the future, collaborate and take it forward, both being engineering institutes and all, definitely we'll be happy to see how we can take it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let us think about a few activities which we could take up. Number one, if your students want to do internship in Sanskrit universities, let me know. We can arrange some internships in some of the Sanskrit universities. They may gain some knowledge, or they may not. I don't know, but something new happens with some new experiments. So, in the same way, if you can offer internship for Sanskrit students, say some Nyaya student, some Vyakarana student, or some other branch of knowledge student. For example, there is Siddhanta Ganita, that is ancient Indian Ganita. Acharya students are there. If you can say 1 month, 2 month summer internship, such internships, if you can offer, we will provide Sanskrit students. So, one. Second, if some Sanskrit scholar wants to work, or some faculty exchange type, if you have any, so that also we can work out. 2. 3, weekend workshop or 1-day workshop or 2-day, 3-day, introductory courses on various on Artha Shastra, for example, or on Nyaya Shastra or Vyakarana, computational linguistics, with the particular reference to Sanskrit, machine translation work which has been done in keeping Sanskrit as intermediary language. There are a lot of work, some 20 years work has gone in Central University, Hyderabad. Now, such works can be introduced not only to the faculty but to the students also. So, such courses.
भवतां तद् एक्सिबिशन् अपि अस्ति न प्रदर्शनी अपि
संस्कृत सैन्स् प्रदर्शनी तत् लघु अहं किञ्चित् अग्रिम एतत् वदन् अस्मि सो तादृश किञ्चित् वर्क्शाप् इत्यादि to introduce see now there has to be interaction between shastras and the sciences, so we have to facilitate such interactions so that each will understand the other side. Idanim madhye gap asti, science and shastras madhye gap asti, so to bridge the gap we have to do more and more such activities. So this is fourth. Fifth, सर्वेषां छात्राणां इदं रामय्या विश्वविद्यालयस्य सर्वेषां छात्राणां Indian knowledge systems विषये introduction करणीयम्. You see, if 1 lakh students are enrolled in first standard, maybe by the time out of that 1 lakh students, 100 students may reach PG, 1 may do PhD research. So if you want 1 research student, you need to introduce, enroll 1 lakh students. So we have to introduce IKS in a large number. For that we have to start a program. So tatra sahayam avashyakam chet vadatu. Punaha yatha aham purvam uktavana. So any related idanim karyarambah karaniyah chet, let every one of us start searching what are all available material in the public domain on IKS. So start 1 month, 2 month, 3 month if you study, then you may be able to pinpoint your area of interest, what program to take up. Iti. Then Sanskrit side tah yadi kimapi sahayam avashyakam, mama telephone number asti 86 avashyakam chet likatu 86 189 86 189 676 44. WhatsApp api asti. Mama Gmail mama email ID api vadami chamu chamu ks Krishna Shastri ks chamu ks 56 that is 56 at gmail.com. Email api kartum shaknuvanti athva WhatsApp dwara athva दूरभाषा द्वारा. I am available 24/7 समये भवतां सेवायाम् अस्मि. यत्किमपि करणीयं मां सूचयतु. अहं भवतां IKS सम्बन्धे संस्कृत सम्बन्धे अहं भवतां सेवकः अस्मि. तन्त्रयुक्ति सन्दर्भे यदि भवन्तः एकं वर्कशॉप कर्तुम् इच्छन्ति, मिस्टर जयरामन् इति चेन्नै मध्ये अस्ति, who has worked on तन्त्रयुक्ति, सः इंग्लिश भाषायां भवते 1 week and interested students and staff कृते 1 day 2 day workshop कर्तुं शक्नोति. Those who want to coordinate that, अनन्तरम् आगत्य मम समीपे टेलिफोन नंबर कांटेक्ट तत् स्वीकरोतु. तथैव भिन्न भिन्न सब्जेक्ट मध्ये न्याय व्याकरण कंप्यूटेशनल लिंग्विस्टिक्स एंड संस्कृत ग्रामर इत्यादि विषये भिन्न भिन्न विषयेषु वर्कशॉप करणीयम्. अहं जनं ददामि. अहम् एक सर्कस कंपनी मैनेजर इव. सर्कस कंपनी मैनेजर स्वयं आर्टिस्ट न भवति, परन्तु आर्टिस्ट द्वारा शो व्यवस्थां करोति. सो मम साहाय्यम्.
I think this was wonderful. I thank all the panelists who came from different places, online and both in person. This was wonderful. I am more excited and enthused by the interest shown by some of the faculty members. I am sure you work out some details. And there are many others like Professor Indra, they were telling, okay, I don't know Sanskrit, but I am interested. What can I do? Like that, at least 2-3 people asked. So it is not that you need to know Samskrita. What is required is you have.
No. Samskrita patana arambam karotu. Without language. For this very reason, we lost the knowledge. We lost the language. We did not study Sanskritam. We lost the access to the primary sources. start studying Sanskritam now itself, today itself.
No. What I was telling is, knowledge of Sanskrita is not mandatory. You have to, you have to show the interest to learn. So get the interest to learn, and if that interest is there, there are ways, and the work is plentifully available, and opportunities are plenty. The chairman of AICT has said he has within his control some money available, and through NRF there is bigger money available. So all that we will see how we can do. But in spite of all this, I will say the key thing is the interest and not the precursory knowledge. Like what Professor Danino said, if we form a small nucleus of interested faculty and possibly interested students, that will be a way to start and go ahead. So that, I think that has in a way been formed. I am very happy with whatever Professor Kadambi, Sharath, and all the faculty members have done. Thank you very much. I hand over the mic back to. We'll close. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Make a few remarks. Anyway, I will be the last person to speak again.
No, it's okay, sir.
No, I will be the last to speak.
I would like to thank our expert speakers for giving us deeper insight on IKS and answering the questions our participants had on how they could move ahead and work on researching on various domains on IKS. So as a token of appreciation from RUS, I would request Dr. Raghavendra Kulkarni sir to present a memento to Sri Shamu Krishna Shastri sir. I would request Dr. Prasanna to present the memento to Sri V.V. Bhatt sir. I would request Dr. Indira ma'am to present the memento to Dr. S. Shyam Sundar sir. I would request Dr. Saraswati to present a memento to Dr. Anuradha Chaudhary. And finally, I would like to thank once again all the expert speakers for giving us a deeper insight, knowledge on the IKS Indian knowledge system. And I would request Dr. Kadambi sir to say a few words to expert speakers. Thank you.
Distinguished speakers and experts and their colleagues. This almost been what 7 to 8 hours. We have actually heard all aspects, all perspectives. Definitely, when Mr. Bhatt was telling, we want some action items. I added an adjective, actionable action items. That is very, very important actually, in fact. So what I can say in my personal capacity as a research student and also as a coordinator of a research program, surely, notwithstanding what all we can do, actually, there are certain things that definitely we will do, and we will do immediately as much as possible. For example, generating the students' interest, it can be done in many ways. So one possible way is definitely conducting the workshop. So, in fact, that is well within the I should say, purview of us, and Dr. Ruba Shetty is there. She is looking after the Directorate of Lifelong Learning Training. Surely, which have some interest, and the topic what we can arrange in a quick succession, that will be decided. That can be done. And we promised Dr. Shyam Sundar and Mr. V. Bhatt, actually, this seminar is first initiative to really give some sort of an overarching purview, actually. So we will continue this type of seminar with, I think, 3 or 4 verticals, namely, whether it is management and commerce, or mathematics and computing, or philosophy, or anything, actually. So we'll have some 3 or 4 verticals, and then we'll channelize the resources so that better appreciation of what we can do definitely can be sorted out in a due course of time. Yeah, today, of course, Dr. Sai Baba was a bit disappointed that I didn't quote Dr. Kalam. Not that I don't want to. Again, let me start with that. In fact, one of his best quotes was, attitude determines altitude. Okay. Now, the question now, what you have to relate right now, that is how we have to develop attitude. Okay. How we develop attitude. He says attitude determines altitude, but unfortunately, nobody gives that how to develop that attitude. This is really one of the aspects, actually. That means if there is an interest, there is a momentum. If there is a momentum, there is a interest, actually. So somewhere now we have to find a media to see that that we develop an attitude, so that definitely that will determine attitude. Now because of the vastness of issues and the vastness of potentials that IKS in general poses, or for that matter, any knowledge system poses. So there is a saying, all that counts cannot be counted, and all that can be counted will not count, actually. So there's always dichotomy, but I think one way is correct now. We will not say that needs to be counted, or we don't want to say anything that cannot be counted, actually. In fact, we need to develop, particularly because here everything is countable and everything can be counted, actually. So like that, we'll adopt that strategy and filter out, actually. I feel my philosophy of work as a research student is everything is in without bias, and nothing emerges without rational. So I think that is we have taken all the suggestions by all speakers, actually. In fact, I do rather recognize, that is why in the morning itself I said it is not that why I did what I did, but people would know how I did also, actually. So Swami Tatvananda, what he was telling you, actually. So always keep the the treasure at the mountain means correct. That is also very important, actually. It is not that they did it. Knowing what they did is one step. Why did, in case if you don't know why did they did, that is the second step. The last and really the very crucial step is how did they do it, actually. That is essentially. So that is where I feel there are 2 aspects I feel speaking philosophically. One is that is as an institution or as a teacher, we need to create ambience. Whenever we talk about ambience, we always talk of ambience, what you call the external ambience. But in my view, actually, that you cannot create an external ambience unless you have a strong control over internal ambience. It is that generating that internal ambience within us and within our group or within our students, that will really reflect in that external ambience. So if we have that internal ambience, okay, external ambience is the result ultimately, but what will lead to that result is really that internal ambience. And if you know that how to generate that internal ambience first within us, then we can talk about generating the same internal ambience in the other actors. So that means to say, if there is a change in me, if there is a change to be needed, that change that as Mahatma Gandhi said, that change should come within me first, and then only I can ask somebody else to change that. So I think that is surely many things will be followed up. I can definitely say, and what will be followed up immediately, how long it will take. we'll have an intense discussion with all of you actually. Everybody can contribute. That's what I said actually. Every individual can contribute to any initiative, and every institution can take an initiative. There is definitely, there is no doubt about it. We'll try to do. But I think ultimately, you know, as Swami Vivekananda always said, no, see, nature has many secrets, okay, and it is ready to give its secret. But the important thing is the concentration and the strength of flow that what we give it to the nature actually. If there is a correct strength and if there is a correct concentration, that nature is ready to give its secret actually. So ultimately what is required is that concentration, that power of concentration can come by very many means actually. So we need interest, we need passion, and we need an ambience. I think ambience means both internal ambience and external ambience. So we will try to do whatever is possible from our side. Definitely very learned people are there, philosophers are there, and whatever is required to generate both this internal ambience and external ambience, we'll try to pursue. I'm sure that will not disappoint anybody, because definitely after seeing this, there is a lot more expectation. Definitely we'll reach that expectation in a gradual way and in a structured way, so that, you know, that is everybody will get an opportunity to pursue whatever topics they want, and will support individual, that is perspectives of individual will be supported, perspectives of groups will be supported, and perspective of institution will be supported actually. So everything is possible and everything is in, and definitely in due course we'll have a lot more seminars, and whether Tarka Shastra, Nyaya Shastra, whatever that, depending upon the interest. I think those are all definitely possible. The only question is we need to formulate the subject content so that, you know, we can propagate and create awareness for audience actually. So in these cases, I think, you know, obviously, you know, everybody would like to get the what you call numerical superiority. I think in these unconventional, to start with, we think it is unconventional subject, not mainstream. I think, you know, one should not be blindsided by the numerical superiority. It is not that the numerical superiority. Ultimately, it is that commitment and the deep interest or passion what they show actually. That will focus that on that, so that because in case if number is not very much, you know, we should not lose heart actually. I think, you know, that also will keep in mind. Not that, you know, numbers will not be there, even if numbers are not there. I think our interest and our seriousness should not dwindle actually. Again, with these remarks, again, I profusely thank everyone and all of you for your patient and I think so proactive participation. We look for your continued support, and definitely, you know, in whatever shape or form, you know, there will be incremental and there will be steady progress in our university. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So there is tea arranged outside the seminar hall for all our participants, and we're looking forward to meeting you all again for upcoming seminars as Dr. Kadam.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir. Google Form.